Scheduled meeting of the USD 230 Board of Education. We'll start with roll call.
Mrs. Horn,
Here.
Mr. Chitwood,
Here.
Mrs. Milius,
Here.
Mr. Ewing,
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Here.
Mr. Hull,
Here.
Mrs. Baker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Our next item of business is approval of the agenda.
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion about the agenda? Okay, Rachel, please collect the vote.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, we'd like to begin all our meetings with the reading of our mission and vision statements. So our mission statement is to be a school district that engages students to learn, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world. And our vision statement is to maintain small town values and empower each student to achieve world-class success. So it's good to keep that at the forefront of everything we're doing here. Moving on to public participation. We have one card, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, so we have, let's see here, Scott Solberg. And Scott submitted a card online. Just want to remind you that the board does ask that you share your comments. We encourage these, ask that you take no longer than 5 minutes.
Yes, I've read them.
And not to mention any students or staff by name because of privacy issues. So we're here to hear what you have to say.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here today. I'll find my notes here. Well, I have a handout that I handed out to everybody. I'm here because I met with Mark Williams the other day. And on the back of his card, it said, learn, create, adapt, and succeed. And I like those 4 words, and I'd like to talk a little bit about those. First of all, I'm a grandfather, and I have 2 sons in the district. And I am here to learn about future primary education curriculum. There is a paradigm that has already started with artificial intelligence. And the schools need to adapt to what the world is going to be when they get out into the world. The paradigm is going to affect everybody. It's going to affect all of us, but I think it is going to really affect what happens in primary education. So my question is to the board, what impact does a paradigm shift have in primary education curriculum? Where are we going with this? What my kids are seeing now, as far as curriculum, I don't see that it's fully addressing what they're going to see when they come out into the world. So I'm here to find out what it is that this school district is doing about the curriculum that needs to be in place in the next 2, 3, 4, 12 years. Does the board, does the school system have a future curriculum plan, strategy? What is going on?
I just may need to clarify a little bit that with the
sorry?
with public participation, the board doesn't necessarily respond to your question when you ask it.
Rhetorical questions, okay? No, I want to know what my kids are going to be learning so that they can be successful in the world. How many people here think that AI will become self-aware? Nobody? Really? The paradigm has started. My profession was a software product manager, and my profession is going to be changed dramatically because of AI. Education is going to change. So I understand that I can submit a question that is expecting a written response. So I would like a written response to that question. What is the impact of a paradigm shift on primary education curriculum? Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate you coming by. We'll have our staff answer your question.
I'm sorry.
We'll have the staff answer your question in written.
Okay. Is there
written
any
form.
questions for me?
Any questions?
Has, I'm going to stop asking questions. But you all have the handout. It is important to me that education be brought up to speed. It's behind the curve. The businesses are starting to scream for a new skill set. And I don't see that skill set coming out of the primary education. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there were no more cards submitted, right?
No other cards were presented.
Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda, which consists of approval of the consent agenda items. Approval of minutes, clerk's report, payroll and claims, treasurer's report, personnel, milk bid, and speed track contract.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Are there any discussion about any of those items before we vote? Okay, Rachel, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Back to him.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing. Approved.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to good news, recognitions, and announcements. Dr. Luttrell.
Thank you. Again, just a couple of good news recognitions and announcements this evening that I think are worthy of noting. The main one would be the fact that February 15th is National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. USD230 is fortunate to have two school resource officers that serve our schools in a very positive manner. They are well respected by not only our students, but our staff, as well as our other patrons and parents. And so want to give a big shout out to, like I said, Officer Pechnick as well as Officer Ramos for all the work and dedication they put forth each and every day to make sure that our campuses remain safe. But also it takes a partnership, and that partnership we have had with all of our area law enforcement officials whether it be Miami County, Spring Hill City, Johnson County, Olathe City Police. It's all a big team effort. And we, again, all of our law enforcement agencies, we want to say thank you to. But again, our school resource officers, we want to say thank you for all that you do. It's very appreciated position until something happens. And I think an unknown position, we very much appreciate what you do each and every day. And then the other thing I'd like to toss out there is the fact also that we have our monthly video that we put forth each month. It's terms of called What's Going Well. And this month we have a video to highlight what's going well. And it is what's going well at Forest Spring Middle School. So we will watch that at this time.
A lot of great things going well here at our school. Being our first year, we have a lot of firsts. We have our play coming up. So our theater production will be March 1st. So hopefully you'll be able to come out and support us and see our kids up there on the stage having fun. We also have had our first Scholars Bowl and our first Science Olympiad meets, and the kids are doing well in those and learning a lot as well.
Our advisory class is it's a busy time right now because we're not only doing student-led conferences, so students are preparing to talk to their parents about kind of the things they learned in 8th grade, but as well as their next step, which is high school. And so they get to talk to their parents about classes they want to take and different careers they've explored on our Zello.
We're finally coming to the end of our first big project with all my classes, reviewing basic elements of art and skills that they need to practice, painting, color pencil, things like that. Every kid has also been able to get on the pottery wheel, which is always fun.
Everything is rolling really well here at the school. Students seem to be enjoying the new facility we got. Staff is well established in the building, and I think it's a pretty good year.
The big thing that I noticed here, our parents here at Forest Springs are super supportive of our kids, of our coaches, what we're doing. They travel to our games.
And that is our good news, recognitions, and announcements.
Very good. Yep. The Forest Spring was kind of a recap of what we saw when we had our meeting there. So that was kind of good. Yep. Okay, we have a series of action items here. So we're going to move through these. The first one is approval of the textbook for advanced placement government at Spring Hill High School. I believe we have the team of people here. We had originally scheduled to do a presentation January 8th, I believe, and that was a weather-related event that we kind of allowed the staff to not have to come to that because the weather was getting bad. So they're here now to kind of explain to us their process. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yes, one is we know one of the options that are available to our high school students are students that want to enrich themselves and challenge themselves with rigorous coursework. And we do that through our dual credit affiliations as well as through the College Board Advanced Placement courses. And Spring Hill over the last several years has really enhanced those opportunities for our students and continue to expand those each year. And for this current school year, one of the new courses that is in play is the Advanced Placement United States Government course. And of course, part of our policy and procedures here when it comes to any material and instructional material that's the main resource for a class such as the textbook does, want to have approval and insight given to the Board of Education as to why a specific text may have been offered forth as the recommended one. As we all know, textbooks in some courses are going to be they're not all going to be the same. Some are going to be a little bit more tailored to the content as well as may have a little different perspective. And so it's important for our staff to make sure that they've vetted those and also have put into play a plan as to how they're going to address areas of the text that might not maybe fit as well with every component of the curriculum standard that's in place, which is, again, what teachers are very well known, and what they're equipped to do is make those types of adjustments. So the AP textbook selection, they have recommended a text as the priority one of the top three that were vetted. And they're here this evening to kind of offer you a little bit of insight as to just how that process works, not only for AP government, but as far an AP course or dual credit course or a textbook selection course in general, and what led them to make the decision that this particular text would be the one that would best position the students to excel in this class as they would prepare for the AP exam. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith, and she'll talk a little bit, and then also let the committee to provide you some insight as to why their recommendation turned out the way that it did. So Dr. Smith.
Thank you. I really just want to introduce quickly our team of teachers that conducted the evaluation. We have Miss Kelly Caldwell, who is the teacher of our AP government course, Mr. Alex Winkler, who is one of our social studies teachers, also AP trained, and Giselle McDonald, who is the high school instructional coach and also part of our AP trained team of teachers at the high school. Haley Bakura also was part of our evaluation team, but she is on bed rest right now as she's about to have her first baby. So she is not able to be here tonight, but I wanted to invite the team, as President Mitchell shared, to speak on behalf of their evaluation process, their recommendation, as we had a little bit of bad weather on January 8th. So I'm going to turn it over to the team.
Right. Hi, I'm Kelly Caldwell. I am the teacher for the AP government class. So just kind of walking you through the process of us choosing this textbook. I received samples earlier on, I think the second semester of last year. I had the opportunity to kind of go through those over the summer. I went to the APSI training, so basically best practices of how to teach this course. And there was a recommendation of a textbook there, which is the one that I have, Stories of a Nation. It's the first one on that list. And so that is the one that was recommended to me. The instructor herself uses that textbook, and she has a high pass rate, higher than the national average for that. There are other surrounding schools that are also using this textbook that have good success with their students passing the exam. So we kind of broke down this semester in November, going through the rubrics of what do these textbooks, do they meet different requirements? Are they aligned with the CED, which is the course and exam description for the AP government course? This textbook does align with that. It provides a lot of student supports in the way of questions, analysis, assessment opportunities, and things like that. And so that was part of the reason why we chose that. The other two that are on that list, they also are, as well as the first one, read mostly unbiased, kind of a more balanced perspective as far as we could see. Obviously, with government issues, there's always going to be, some kind of way of thinking one way or another and some kind of bias present, but we thought that this was one that was largely unbiased. The other two textbooks, they also read that way. However, there might be a lack of student supports, teacher supports, assessment opportunities in those textbooks. And so that's why we placed the American Government Stories of a Nation as the first pick. So speak.
And I can speak on that and expand on that. First of all, thank you guys for having us tonight. Thank you, new board members. I know you guys just got sworn in January. So thank you guys, both as a teacher and as a community member, for sacrificing your time, for taking the time to serve in this capacity. We do appreciate it. And we appreciate you guys wanting to take a thorough look at resources and making sure what's taught in our school and our community is something that should be taught. And we do appreciate that as well. To piggyback on what Kelly said, I teach advanced placement United States history, have been this is year 5 doing that. I've also taught regular U.S. government for 8 years. And the thing with history, the thing with government is it is virtually impossible to find any text that is free of bias, one way or the other. And that's just the fact, because these are all written by humans, and naturally we all have our own bias to ourselves, and the author's bias will come out from time to time. When we were looking at these texts, we wanted to make sure that bias was minimized as much as possible. We knew going into this that there was no way we could completely eliminate a textbook that we couldn't find a single element of bias to. There was something in every single one. And that's something that did weigh on us when we were going through this process here is this text going to be what's best for students? And that goes beyond just information that's presented in a written narrative form. We want to make sure the information reads well. This is a college level text, and this is an optional course too. This is not a required course. This is a course that students choose to take, in particular students that are usually bound to a 4-year university for their next chapter of their life. And as we know, when you set foot on a college campus, if you think you're going to have an unbiased approach there, that is into today's world that we live in, that's just not a thing. So they're going to be combating bias themselves when they step foot on a college campus. And so we knew we wouldn't be able to find a text that was 100% not biased in any way, shape, or form. Even small elements of bias were going to appear in the text. And we knew that going into it, yet we still wanted to go through these textbooks and find something that we thought was best for students as a whole. And like Kelly alluded to, our top choice really got there because of the student and teacher supports found in the text. Teaching an AP course, it requires deep critical thinking. And that is something that we felt this textbook, through its assessment options, through its end of the chapter reflection pieces and guiding questions, we thought that was something that fit what our students needed the best to be successful. And I can speak from a history and government perspective again on this. Our job's to present facts, and it's not to get people to think one way or the other. And that's exactly what AP says in this course as well. Students are presented with court cases in here, and rulings and political movements and elections and political positions on election. And in no way is it saying you need to think this, you need to believe that, you need to affiliate with this party or that party. That's not the job of a teacher. That's not the job of the course. The job of the course is to present information and for students to be able to think critically through that. And one thing with that is as students are exposed to some higher level text, some higher level thinking skills, they find themselves discerning bias already, because these are 17, 18-year-old students that are learning and forming their own opinions. And so if we can create a situation where students can read something, can examine a court case, and not have the say one way or the other, but have the say to be able to critically analyze something and examine something and say, I think this, I believe that, and be able to put those thoughts and articulate them into a written statement. That's one of the goals of this course. I've said many times in my own government class, I said, I'm not here to tell you whether to be a Republican or Democrat. I'm here to tell you to be a smart one, whatever you want to do. Know what you believe and why you believe it, right? And with this course, we are introducing higher level analytical thinking skills that can translate to break down what you see from one news source, what you see from that news source, and understand their viewpoint, where they're coming from. Your personal opinion, you can form that based on the information that you take in and your personal set of convictions, whatever that might be. And so going back to the text, we thought this textbook, after looking at the 3 of them, it's not that the other 2 were bad by any means. We felt this offered the most supports to a teacher, to students, and that's why we went with this one. Because at the end of the day, we want our students to be prepared to find success, not only in a high pass rate on the exam, but moving beyond scores. Are they taking the skills that they need? Are we sending them into the next phase of their life where they can critically evaluate something? And if we're there, if we get them there, then that's a success. We're not here to teach them left, right, whatever that is, right? We're here to put them in a position where they leave Spring Hill USD230. And, we used to preach small town values, real world results. When they go in that real world, can they critically examine the information that's in front of them? Can they have a thought process about what's being presented to them? And can they go forward? And that's true not just in government and social studies. That's true in every class that we teach. Are we preparing kids to think and think critically? And then we couple those supports as teachers, teaching them those skills with values that are taught in the home. And you combine values that are taught in the home and their personal upbringing, you combine that with critical thinking skills. We're sending teenagers out into the world that are poised for success because they have those skills and they have that foundation of knowing what they believe, why they believe it. Now we've set them up for success. And so I know that was a long explanation on why we chose the textbook. But I'm a history teacher. I talk. That's what I do. I can spend hours doing this. It goes back to the skills. It goes back to where we want to send kids out with. And we thought this textbook offered that best support and best strategy and best practice to have our kids be successful that are taking time to take a college level class when they are in high school, the second semester of their senior year, when a lot of seniors are at this point, they're thinking cap and gown. These kids, these 28 kids, I think 32 kids have chose to do something extremely difficult their last semester of high school for college credit, for personal betterment, for the enjoyment of learning about government and politics, whatever their reasoning might be. They chose that. And so we felt we needed to choose the best thing to support them with that choice.
Does anybody have any questions or comments or et cetera, et
I do.
cetera, et cetera?
No, actually I do. And if you guys can just extend me some patience here. I appreciate the description, Mr. Winkler. And first, let me start by saying it's regrettable that here we are in the middle of February voting on a textbook that should have probably been handled before the end of the year last year. And so for that, I extend our apologies for that lapse. As you mentioned, there's 4 of us that are new. This is a new process for all of us. And so I want to start with some easy questions, and then I want to dive a little deeper into the rubric, if you don't mind. So what is the title of the course?
AP Government and Politics, so Advanced Placement Government and Politics.
Okay. And when it's listed for a student to select it, is there a course description? Do you know what?
Yes, there's a course description. There is a guidebook that gets put out every year with every course in the high school, and each course does have a description in it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what that description is? I'm just curious.
I couldn't recite it for you off the
Okay.
top of my head. It's a multiple paragraph.
It is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's accessible online too. It's a course guide that we post on our district website.
Okay. Okay. So I can go find it. Okay. Sorry. That's my bad. And so the big question for you, Kelly, is what have you been using for the past 6 weeks? The course started right after winter break, right?
Yeah.
So what have you been doing?
So I have kind of a plethora of different resources that I've been using. I've got some resources that I have from the APSI training. I've been enrolled in a Google Classroom, and she had different activities and resources, reliable government websites, things like that. We've been breaking down mostly, and kind of luckily for our Unit 1, which we just wrapped up, it's a lot of looking at foundational documents like the Articles of Confederation,
Perfect.
Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. So just kind of looking and reading at those straight up and deciphering what those mean, where those ideas come from. AP Classroom is also a great resource for me. It's got a lot of different things on there for me to utilize as well.
Okay. I don't know who wants to take this next, but I'm going to move into the rubric. And just kind of have somebody explain to us the process of gathering the inputs and the formulation of the scoring. I noticed there was one summary that had 70 points. I think it's the overall score. So if something got 70 points, is that 100? I mean, is that a perfect score?
Yeah.
That's a perfect score.
Mhm.
Okay. And who were the actual individuals, and how many individuals were there that were scoring this?
You had myself, you had Kelly, and you
Okay.
had Giselle McDonald, our instructional coach, who's also AP trained.
Okay.
And you had Haley Bakira, who teaches our AP European history
Okay.
course. So all 4 of the teachers on the committee were all AP trained.
Okay.
Had been through the College Board training to teach an AP course.
Yeah, and that's the 197 pages for that course, right?
That's the course exam discrimination. Yeah, the
Yeah.
CED.
Yeah, okay. It's been a learning experience for me, let me tell you. It's been a while since I've cracked into a textbook. Let me see here. Yeah, so what is the value then, if we're on a 70-point scale, what is the value of 1 point?
If you, do you have the rubric and were you able to see?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so those are broken down into different weights and different values on each section,
Yeah.
correct?
We've just got the summary. And so look, the point I'm making here is you've got the three textbooks.
Correct.
And there's only a 1.5 difference on the total score, right? Between the first pick and the third choice. But I'm trying to establish exactly what the importance of, or what the impact of 1 point is.
Right. And as I mentioned, there's all three of those textbooks, none of them were bad.
Okay.
They all scored well. But at the end of the day, we had to choose one as a committee. And what we did, we all sat down and we had the text in front of us and we combed through the text, pored over the text, and looked at elements as teachers, as the people responsible for obviously putting the material in the hands of the students, what we felt would best serve the students. And yes, there's a 0.5 point difference. And we wanted to make sure that, yes, there are multiple textual resources out there that are good, solid resources that on our rubric scale scored well. There was the 0.5 point difference here and there. What it really boils down to is that textbook offered the best support both online and in text for student critical analysis, critical thinking. That it's not to say the other texts did not have that. Some they did, they just weren't as good. And so we can split hairs over 0.5 point. Our professional experience side of things said this textbook, we feel like it fits better for what students need to be successful.
Let me just add that when you're scoring these books according to the rubric, you're not really scoring them in comparison to one another. You start with book A, you complete the entire rubric, and then you're trying to be as unbiased as you can.
Sure.
And so sometimes those point differentials do tend to be similar, but then when you look at it as a whole, there usually is a winner that kind of pops out like what they were mentioning.
Okay.
So it's hard, you're not really comparing, you're not scoring them in comparison to each other, just simply to what is stated on the rubric.
Okay.
So it's a little difficult.
Well, yeah, and let me just kind of just summarize, right? The rubric itself, there was 1.5 points between the first and the third. On standards, they were all what I can assume was unanimous. They all scored 20, right? They equally as high as they could score. On teaching strategy and supports, there was 1 point difference between the first pick and the third place pick. On student support, they were once again all equal. Is the 16 points perfect, or did they score equally just under the 20 that we saw above, or is this where the weighting kind of comes into play? They all scored 16, right, on student support, so they were all equal. Was 16 the max that you could provide?
Yeah, I think for that section, I believe.
So a little weight that shows a little bit of the weighting then too between. Standards, obviously very important, 20 points, teaching and supports, or I'm sorry, student support at 16 points. And then the assessments, there was only a 0.5 point between first and third choice. And for the record, I went through all three textbooks and did I read them cover to cover? No, but I spent a great deal of time with each of the textbooks. And the one thing I want to impress, especially on you, the teachers, is this is not an attack. This is not a critique of you in any way. I have the utmost respect for your opinion, for your assessment, and for what it is that you do, that you're entrusted to with our children. But let me give you just a little bit of my review of the three textbooks. Your first pick, the Presidential Election Update, Stories of a Nation. First of all, I don't believe it aligns with the College Board unit exam weighting. There is, the weighting of the different sections that are provided for, foundations of democracy, interactions among the government, political participation, ideology, civil liberties, and that, right? Those are the 5 areas. I don't believe that textbook matches with the weighting. I think it's light on government and it's incredibly heavy on political and social ideology. It doesn't align with what I believe are our core values as a district and a community. It is riddled with extreme bias and prejudice. It's often not factual and heavily influenced with opinion and deliberate subversion of the exclusion of truth. I can cite some examples if you want them. This is an AP textbook, so getting the topics covered in a non-discriminatory way, I think should be demanded by the College Board. And as one educator critic stated, what is concerning is that no one who wrote or edited seemed to notice it, or they were okay with it. Okay, so that's the first pick. The second book, I was a little disappointed because I'm somewhat familiar with McGraw-Hill in a previous life in my career, but that book was actually, in fact, worse than the first one as far as bias and not aligning with our core values. The third book is the one that I think best aligns with the College Board unit weight. It best aligns with our core values. It demonstrates a great deal of balance without bias or prejudice. It meets the standards of the student support categories on par with the other two, and it only scores 1 point less than the first choice on teaching strategies, which was cited in the TNL memo that Dr. Smith provided and was cited as overly lacking. So fundamentally, I'm left with this question. Are we to teach our children what to think or how to think? And Mr. Winkler, I think you presented the answer to that. And I grappled with even going through this process because A, I do trust you as teachers. And I also believe our kids, right? These are smart kids taking an AP course. And I'm pretty sure that they can cut through the chaff and they're going to come to reasonable conclusions. But to me, that's a tremendous amount of a responsibility to put on a student. Once again, we should be teaching them how to think, not necessarily what to think. And I think that the book that you chose as your first choice does just the opposite of that. I think it steers them in a direction to think that, to think things that are incredibly biased and in some cases were not at all accurate. And so for the future, I would suggest, and I know in the TNL summary that you provided, that you'd let us know that I would ask that you continue to let us know what our neighboring districts are or are not using for curriculum. But please understand, at least for me, it carries very little weight or influence. At USD230, I would prefer that we lead and not follow. So if the administration wishes to use American Government Institution and Policies, the 16th edition, your third choice, I can vote yes. Otherwise, with all due respect to the teachers and to you, Dr. Smith, I cannot vote for the AP government textbook that has been presented, and subsequently my vote will be no.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming here and talking to us. So I also did an evaluation of the 3 textbooks for the course. And as you said, there's going to be bias and misinformation in every book, and especially with political texts. And I reviewed the rubric very similar to the way that Doug did. And the American Government book, the third option, stood out for me as a better option as well. I mean, no textbook is going to be perfect, and there's always going to be some level of misinformation and bias. And we know, as you guys, as the educators shaping the curriculum, you just have to find the best resource. And we trust you in doing that for our kids. And we know that you're going to supplement any textbook with whatever resources that you need to ensure that there's a more balanced and accurate learning experience for the students. Your expertise is what's going to navigate the material and address any bias or information that might arise. So with that said, while our current teachers, you two, may have the flexibility to adjust the content based on your expertise and perspectives, there's always the possibility of changes or teaching assignments in the future. Therefore, selecting a textbook that provides a solid foundation for the course content becomes even more vital for consistency and coherence in our curriculum. So I'll just leave it with this. All three textbooks present their own set of challenges, but the American Government book emerges as the more suitable choice for our current circumstances. And with the guidance of you all, we might mitigate any biases or inaccuracies present in the text. So we just want to ensure that, the most robust and enriching learning experience for the students. Thank you.
Okay.
You sure? All right. First, I just kind of want to acknowledge that you all as a group have been going off the previous board's interpretation of the guideline that's being written that we're going to talk about and maybe vote on tonight here in a minute. That was supposed to be the guiding light and all that kind of good stuff. For me, one of the things that was kind of the frustration for the people who were here before was settling on this definition of balance. They really kind of got stuck on it. And, I think the goal of everyone here, I hope it is that we want the content to be balanced in its presentation. And so as part of that process, I have two captives that come home from college who were both students of Mr. Winkler. And so in a completely unbiased way, I approached them and said, "What's his politics?" And they said, I don't know. So you're hitting the mark. There's the feedback that I have to give you from that respect. And I said, okay, great. So tell me about how, a teacher approached you with an agenda or something like that. And both these kids and they'll vouch. And they said, no, they don't do that. So just repeating what I think has already been said here is that people are doing really great things in the classroom and presenting material. Having said all that, and this is a conversation that I've had with Superintendent Luttrell, I used to be a federal government contractor in my former life. So the career staffers, not the politicians, the career staffers always use this concept when we were in meetings. They talked about, we make things purple. We make things purple. And, I think that's really appropriate for us, being our color. The idea of purple is things aren't red and things aren't blue, right? And that's the ideal. And, one of the things that I want to recognize is that I think the ask of saying, go out and find me something purple is really, really hard. It's really impossible. So having said that, this isn't quite purple. I think we've all gotten there. So kind of my thing is what to do about it, right? And I'm kind of using this to inform our conversation later, which is, when we get a text that isn't purple, that has landmines, what's our mitigation strategy? And I think that for a long time, we've rightly relied on teachers avoiding those landmines and going down that road. So, since we're all kind of signaling where we're going, is this my favorite book? Did I read them all cover to cover? No, I do not have that capacity. And I don't want to set the precedent that I have the capacity to read K through 12 and, every year, because I that's just beyond my capabilities as a person. So, I think what I would put out there that really did genuinely stick out to me is the author really does rely on opinion a lot to come back up her stuff. And we all know how opinion polls, and, there's people who put out opinion polls to end women's suffrage and get overwhelming majorities. So I don't put a lot into opinion polls just personally. So I guess my ask going back is, this is your choice. What are the mitigations that you feel like you could put out there that could make it a palatable choice? Not trying to change your minds. I just want to give everybody an opportunity here to fire out. Does that make sense? Or is that a long rambling thought of a weirdo?
You heard long rambling thoughts from me earlier, so it's okay. I think anytime that a teacher sees overt bias or a teacher that, has the goal of trying to teach as factually as possible, anytime overt bias comes up in a piece of text, or quite frankly, what about a primary source? You have a public opinion primary source from any time period. Well, those are inherently going to be biased too, but you're not just going to shy away from it, right? So then it becomes a responsibility of the teacher to try to provide maybe an alternative point of view. In our classes, we use a primary source analysis tool where we will put two opposing viewpoints together, and you break down both opposing viewpoints on that. So there's a mitigation strategy right there that we do in the classroom with primary source text. That's something that's done. That's something that we practice as a whole department. So we can actually present that information to students and say, okay, here's point A, here's point B, break both these documents down and draw whatever conclusion you want to after that, right? But both sides have been presented there. And like the supplemental side of things, we see that, it's if there's a bias in the text, if that's overt, someone sees it. Okay, well, this person believes this. How can we counteract that with a statement in the classroom?
And kind of piggybacking off of that, particularly when it does come to like public opinion polls, there is a portion of the AP course that we do look at public opinion and how that can, affect government and decisions. But one of the things that we do look at with AP government, if we are looking at, maybe it is a public opinion poll, look at, okay, the demographic of the people that were asked, why is, this the outcome of this particular question that was being posed? That is something that we also look at in determining, okay, this is maybe the way that the information could be presented to, like you said, end women's suffrage, for example. Like, why is it that these people are voting for that? And how could we look at it in another way that might change the way that that's being presented?
So I read through the text you guys provided. Well, I must take a step back. So first, I have some students who are newly getting into the AP world, and I am constantly impressed by the thoughts they come home with and the conversations that we have. I think they're coming home with very thought-provoking conversations, and it's a time for me to be able to have a more in-depth conversation on why I agree, why I disagree. And then their dad jumps in, and then a sibling, and then it's just a really productive conversation on why we believe certain things. So I think there's some amazing things happening through those. The second side of that is, I think it's really amazing that these conversations are happening while these children are still living under my roof. In a very short year, that's not going to be the case. She's going to be having these conversations with her friends or whoever she is sitting next to. I don't know their views and I don't know their motives, but I know mine. And so I love that these topics are being presented to my student who still lives under my roof. I do think you guys do a phenomenal job at teaching what's occurring without trying to tell them right or wrong. So I was great with the book you guys presented. I liked that it used polls, not because I believe in them. I think a lot of them are garbage. We hear about them every day. And you guys are educating future voters. They need to know, are these polls valid? Are they not? How do they know? What do they look at to determine if it was valid. So I think the work you guys are doing is great. So just gonna go with that.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump back in and ramble a little more, if that's okay with everybody. The one thing that, so when I read the T&L analysis and juxtaposed to the books and kind of to back up here, and tell me where I'm wrong. I need to be told I'm wrong in so many ways. The book that you've requested is really your first choice because of the online attributes that it has to drive things home and get going. Is that
as well as the end of chapter assessment opportunities and analytical opportunities for students.
okay? And the goal of getting everybody to a 4, right? That's the golden standard. And that's the one that you think is going to get people there, right? Is it not 5?
A 3 is a
passes.
passing on the exam.
Yeah.
A 3
Okay, well, just in the Chitwood household, it's a 4 or get out. No, I'm kidding. So a 3, I apologize. Thank you. See, correcting, I need this. So getting them to a 3. The second book, you weren't as confident would get them to that 3 to get them college credit. And then the third book, and I can't remember the title, wasn't going to get them there. Did I read the T&L analysis kind of correctly?
Yeah, so I would say like the first and the second book, they were pretty similar with like student success and the opportunities that they had. Of the 3, I would say that third one, American Government Institution and Policies, the Cengage book, that one just had a glaring difference of opportunities for students and questions and assessments at the end. That was the biggest difference, and having those extra supports and resources for both student and teacher is extremely important, especially in trying to prepare kids to be successful on this exam. But I mean, really the first and the second.
Again, it's not that they weren't in the text, they were in the text. They weren't at the level of our first choice in terms of analysis, in terms of critical thinking skills, and in terms of opportunities and the amount that was there.
And so I appreciate the feedback. And so that's what's got me kind of confused between the analysis and the rubric, because what I think the T&L document and the rubric don't align. Do you see how my brain doesn't?
Yeah, and like Ms. McDonald alluded to earlier, we tried to view all of these texts just as straightforward as possible, following the rubric itself. Did it meet what was on the rubric? And it did meet what was on the rubric. Let me use a different example. We can watch, the Super Bowl was last night, correct?
Correct.
You guys know this. As a Denver Broncos fan, it was a very difficult night for me. But what I can tell you is this: Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate all year, correct? You watch his stats were better than Patrick Mahomes. The eye test, though, when you watched the two players play, told you that Patrick Mahomes was a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. Statistically, Brock Purdy may have been better. The eye test last night told you otherwise. In the same vein, we're looking at a textbook here that statistically might rank the same, but the eye test from a professional educator says otherwise in terms of student supports and teacher supports and what we feel will best serve students to be successful on the exam.
I appreciate that a Denver Broncos fan had the chance to put down Mahomes. Just want to note it. I caught that.
So, Mrs. Milius, are you still on? Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think that this, honestly, I think the course is being taken by kids that are headed into college. And I'm at home sick right now, so if I sound horrible, it is what it is. So I'm sorry, guys. But I think that regardless of the text that we end up approving, I think that there's flaws in all of them, and really it's our instructors and the capabilities of them to think for themselves. So honestly, I've read through, and I think they're all suitable. The goal is for them to be able to get credit for this, and any supplemental in what are they called, guys? Like worksheets and things like that that aren't text. Any supplemental instruction could include a bias, honestly. I'm okay with any of the texts. And as long as we can keep fabulous teachers and instructors in there doing what's best for our kids, and teaching what's on the approved curriculum, I think I'm good with any of them.
Thank you. Is Mr. Ewing still on?
I am. I was off
Okay,
for a
do you-
second because I hit the wrong button.
Do you have any comments or questions?
No, not without repeating what's already been said multiple times. So I think we just need to see where this vote falls.
Okay, so here are some of my thoughts, kind of in summary here. We need to reach a consensus on the board to approve instructional materials. I don't think it's the purview of the board to get in the weeds on every textbook selection, and I'd hate to set that precedent. Because I think last week when I was at a presentation the school district did, they said there's 289 courses. And I don't see the board going through 289 top 3 textbooks and reading them and stuff. So while I think part of this discussion is maybe setting the stage for what the expectation of the board is for what process instructors go through, I don't want to put the board in a position where we're choosing a textbook. I think that should be left up to the staff. So with that said, I guess I just entertain a motion to approve their recommendation, and we'll see where it falls.
All right, since my job is to always move things forward, Madam President, I move to approve the recommended book as submitted.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Chitwood, second by Mrs. Horn. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Rachel, would you please collect the vote?
Mr. Ewing,
No.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
No.
Mrs. Baker,
No.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood.
I get to explain my vote, so I will explain my vote.
I think you've made the motion, so you have to vote yes.
Oh, I do have to vote, yeah. I do? I can vote against a motion I make.
Well, Nicole still has to vote.
Okay,
Oh.
go ahead. Explain if you want.
Uh,
We'll have Candy.
She'll give me the parliamentary rules. Yeah. I think these kids are ready for it. Do I love the book? No. Should that matter? Somewhat. But there was a news article out of the student newspaper basically asking for this kind of debate. And, part of me goes, watch out what you wish for, because we got some really super smart kids out there. So that's the only reason I can vote yes. So there you go.
And then Mrs. Milius.
Was that a yes?
Oh,
Okay,
he
I
said
apologize.
I heard it in the conversation
Okay.
somewhere in there.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, so it's approved 4-3. Okay. Moving on. Thank you guys. Thank you. I mean, these are some of the things that with all of us, we're just gonna have to work through the whole processes of everything. And I appreciate everybody's hard work in doing their due diligence on both avenues here. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to in-district transfer guidelines. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, these were reviewed There's discussion item last month, and so again, we are.
802.
Oh, 802. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Skip one. Approval of academic program guide for elementary, middle, high schools for 2024 school year, 25 school year.
Yes, the academic program guide is again, something that in the past hasn't been as constant in terms of whether it was brought to you with updates for approval or not. It was not, and it was not intentional, but it has been decided that moving forward, just for the sake of clarity and to avoid missteps where the Board of Education is always informed, new incoming administrators at the district level, whatever, know what the expectation is, that the programming guide, which was referred to by in terms of the course offerings and that, electives, requirements are all in one place to where a student, a parent, a board member can go to and refer for important information. And so we just basically, it's not really new information. It's just what's already out there. Then every year they kind of fine tune it or tweak it to make sure that it fits any new offerings and maybe tweaks in other existing offerings at both the elementary, middle school and high school level. And Dr. Smith and them can, as I said, give you an update real quick on that before we solicit approval. But it is important to have that because we are enrolling and registering for this next school year in 24-25.
So we presented this information at the January 8th meeting. So these are the course guides for our elementary, middle, and high school program of studies. And just a quick thank you to Kristen Zook and Leah Good and Katie George, who've spent a lot of hours putting these course guides together and making them available online for our students, our parents, and families.
Could you just run through real quick, just the program summary changes, just not just real high level, what things were changed?
The big changes are regarding the graduation requirements that the Kansas State Board of Education approved back in May of 2023. So the biggest changes that you see are some of the changes to credits. So we have not changed the number of credits required for a graduate, but we have incorporated the changes that the Kansas State Board of Education has made. So our students will now be taking a STEM credit. They will also have a 0.5 communications credit. And they have split apart physical education and health. So those do have to be taken as two different classes now. You cannot co-seat them. They're 0.5 credit each. We did have a course that addressed financial literacy, but there is now a specific financial literacy class with some additional standards that the state board is requiring. And one of the big changes to graduation requirements is that all of our incoming freshmen will now need to graduate with 2 post-secondary assets. So these are some things that will help prepare them for college, career, life after high school. So it could be anything in the academic realm, perhaps getting some dual credit, some college credit while still in high school. It can also be things like real work experience. So an internship, a job shadow, participating in a client project. There are a number of ways that a student can earn a post-secondary asset, and these are just some of the approved PSAs from the State Board of Education.
Okay. And these go into effect with the class of 2028?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I think I asked the same question then, the changes are things that are possible that we can adopt. These are not things that we offer to the district at large in the changes document. The program summary of changes.
Correct. The post-secondary asset list is what is approved by our State Department. It is not a list of every single thing that we offer necessarily at Spring Hill High School, but we do offer the majority of these things.
And the other thing I just wanted to go over and point out at the bottom of that, there is a list of things that we are adding.
Yes.
That we will have to approve materials for, that will have to be in place before school starts.
Correct. And I get to talk about that later. But yeah, at the bottom of the page are the high school and middle school course additions, classes that have been proposed by our faculty for the upcoming school year.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have any questions about the academic program guides from elementary, middle, and high schools for 2024-2025 school year?
No, Madam President, I move to approve 8.02 as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the course guides for elementary, middle, and high school for 2024-2025 school year. Is there any other discussion? Okay, Rachel, could you please collect the vote?
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Holt,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
approved.
Okay. Okay, now moving on to in-district transfer guidelines. Sorry, thanks for your patience. I'm still kind of getting my groove here with which thing to look at, what time.
And these were also presented last meeting by Dr. Robinson, and we've kind of talked about these as part of the bigger picture package with open enrollment that we've had to put into place. And so again, we are again asking for approval of the in-district transfer request procedures so that we can somewhat again make every effort to continue being aligned with what's expected with the open enrollments, that we don't have, basically two different paths for admittance in that. So, and if you have any questions for Dr. Robinson, he can address those. But I think, like I said, we continue to try to keep everyone informed as we work through the whole process with both out of district as well as in district. And it's going to continue to be a learning experience moving forward in the days and months ahead as this process comes to fruition and we go through it or attempt to go through it for the very first time.
Is there any high points you want to?
I was just going to mention, we made two really minor changes to it based on the feedback from the board at the last meeting. One of those was stealing some wording from a couple of our neighbors around transportation. I know we had a conversation around that at the last meeting. We did have Greg Goheen look at it as well, just to make sure it's in alignment. And then the other piece was in the reasons for approval, we added an employee piece that was specific. It's been kind of an underlying practice of the district, but it's never been outlined in the guidelines. So both are in there now based on the discussion at the last meeting. But if you've got additional questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So this just kind of moved up the date too, right? For the in-district a little bit, because so you have time to get those figured out before you.
Yeah, and I would tell you, we're already seeing transfer requests coming in, which is earlier than I think we saw them last year. And I think we're seeing more out of district requests right now. People trying to get in before the open enrollment lottery begins. And unfortunately, we don't really have the ability to do that right now. So getting these passed now will help us in making sure we can work our in-district process in the right manner. We will be putting the online application into Skyward versus a paper form as well. So our parents should be able to access it in their Skyward portal when it's available.
And just so it's captured for posterity in the reapplication and revocation of request, when we talk about the enrollment of the school increasing beyond the building's capacity, we're using the statutory language there. Building really means the physical building and the staff that we can get in that building is the limiting factor. It is not the size of the building that determines how many humans we can get in there.
Yep.
Correct? Is that
correct?
Okay.
Yeah, good distinction. Yep. Okay.
And I don't think this has anything to do with the document itself, but will you notify already in-district transfers of the earlier date? Like, do we have their emails in a?
So Landon Parker, interim communication director, and I've already been talking about this. So once the board approves it, he'll start working on communication. We'll look at the other communication that's going out from the district, but we'll want to get something out pretty quickly. What we've been telling people as they've been contacting our office is kind of tentative dates based on board approval. So I know we've got a handful of parents already watching for it, but we we will start to put that communication out to families.
Perfect. I would assume some folks kind of have a mental,
Yeah.
they've been doing it a little bit.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, any other, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Madam President, I move to approve 8.03 as presented.
John's the mover. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the in-district transfer guidelines. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, will you please collect the vote?
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
approved.
Okay. We have two more action items. We have no, actually three more. Approval guidelines for selection and approval of instructional materials and textbooks. So Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, this came up again as a result of, last semester when it was realized that we really in our policy where it said that the superintendent shall outline guidelines or make sure there's guidelines in place for the selection of instructional materials and textbooks, which had not been in place. So again, to provide more clarity so that people know what the expectation is and that the process for instructional material selection and approval in the classroom goes through the right channels in the proper way. We decided to put those in writing. They're pretty all encompassing. And so we put a document together, provided to you all several meetings ago, including members of our prior Board of Education, got feedback, and then also put that document out to our staff to get feedback because we want it to be a document that's going to collectively provide a lot of good insight and guidance so that, again, everyone is on the same page. And we really, again, the sooner we can get approval of a document like this, it's going to only help us so that, again, as we move forward, we're knowing that people knowing that they're following the right protocols and procedures. The one thing to keep in mind with this is that it is just like a student handbook or a staff handbook. It basically will be reviewed annually. So whatever is approved this year in this document would be brought back about this time next year, if not a little bit sooner. And again, if there was tweaking that needed to be made, just like the programming guide, those adjustments and tweaks would be made at that time. And again, it's still brought to you annually so that it stays at the forefront. And Dr. Smith can also stand for any questions that you might have as to the importance of why we really trying to expedite this and get this, through in the manner that we can, because there's some other parts to this as well that we got to bring in with the media side that we're currently working on as well.
So at our January 8th meeting, we had an opportunity to share the draft with the Board of Education, and there were a few pieces of feedback which have been incorporated into our final draft for you this evening. So some of the comments and feedback that was shared from our January 8th meeting, that's been addressed in this final document. Otherwise, I'll stand for any additional questions or take any additional feedback.
Can you tell us just real briefly what those things were because this draft that I brought from the board doc still says 11/11 or 11/14 or something. So as a draft date.
Yeah, the watermark.
Yeah.
So no problem. So I think it was really just a couple of different changes regarding making sure that when we get down to the piece on the feedback that we get from patron insight surveys. So for example, we'll have that public participation event and ask patrons for feedback on any of the materials we're reviewing. One of the pieces of feedback that we received was to make sure that that feedback was sent to the Board of Education. So we added that as a change. And I think we also wanted to address, there was just a change to policy IF in terms of reconsideration of materials. So we took out a piece that I believe Mrs. Milius caught at the previous meeting regarding a change to policy IF.
Okay.
So just a couple things.
When do you see this coming back on a yearly basis? Like because we do the handbooks When do we do the handbooks?
We typically do the handbooks in April.
Okay,
It's
would you
normally a
see it
springtime.
coming back that same time? I'm asking because we were just talking, the clerk and I were talking about the board work calendar.
Yes.
And getting things on the board work calendar. So especially where this is a new thing, I think it'd be important to get that on the board work calendar and maybe even get like some kind of an update of how it's gone with it on the meeting prior. So if April's the time, we'll put it on in April.
April
not this year.
sounds good.
But we
As
would
the-
do April 2025.
Yes, yes, that would be great. Yeah, April is a good time because we are reviewing other handbooks and other guidebooks that we use. So that would work.
Does anybody else have any other questions? Oh, you do?
More comments because. Yeah, I just kind of want to recognize that we haven't got, to be honest, we haven't gotten a genuine bite at this apple, is my perspective. And so, just to give my thoughts that I've voiced is, I do kind of have an issue with pilots going out before approval. My personal opinion is we're either approving content before it goes before students or we're not. That's my personal feeling. I don't think it's fair to go through this whole process and get it classroom ready and then, deny something. That's just my personal opinion. I think there was one other thing that I wasn't, kind of the other component of it is just the rigor of the steps and the piloting being a step, I think is evidenced by tonight's book. I think that would be maybe wise to skip the piloting and come to the board, but that's just a personal opinion.
One thought that I have had on the piloting is that I don't really see a problem with it as long as people are informed of it. Like if parents know that it's a pilot and that the instructors know they're not going to, touch anything that's controversial or anything that may be kind of, a contention point. Because I do see that from your perspective, the pilots are really beneficial, especially when you're talking about, teachers over 5 or 6 different attendance areas, all kind of working together on a pilot. So if that's something that, we need to kind of work and massage a little bit more, I'd rather do that than to just say we don't want it,
And I absolutely am not saying that I don't want it. My personal opinion is this could use a little more massaging as we coalesce as a board, to be honest with you. So we're not coming back to this sooner rather than later, but this is one I will not motion. I will leave it to everybody else.
Just a question for clarification. So with the pilot, are you looking for the potential pilot materials first to come to the board before that pilot begins? Because that is how we have it scoped out. So the board would see any materials that we would be proposing for a pilot.
The way I read it is that was an advisory, not a request for approval. And I may be misreading it. That could be me. But from where I'm at, I really don't want to see all this effort go into something and get to a finish line where we go, nope, you absolutely can't do that. Is from my perspective, reviewing the textbooks and us going, no, we can't stand that being in the classroom. It's a non-starter, is the starter, and you go forth. And I kind of, people have come and talked about purchasing and money and things. And, I've made the comment that it seems like we're getting acquisition and approval inflated together. As far as I'm concerned, you give us the books and we go, yeah, that looks great. All this other stuff you just go do. We quite frankly shouldn't be a part of. We just slow the process down. But again, that's my opinion.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments on that? On this whole document or the piloting?
Well, I thought it was supposed to, before anything went to the classroom, just because we're the ones that get held accountable for just like what happened this fall. So I would say we need to see it before it touches the classroom, before a pilot or before anything.
I feel like that has been the consensus now for a couple meetings. Is there verbiage that we need to change? I mean, I feel like that's been pretty consistent. Everybody said the board should at least get a chance to see it. And I'm certain if the board was like, oh my gosh, this is wildly inappropriate, then it doesn't get
Is
piloted.
that your understanding that you would bring, like,
Yes,
you would actually bring like resources that we could look at? saying,
Correct.
We're looking to pilot these.
So the way that it currently reads based on the feedback from the board is that the top two products would be proposed to the Board of Education for a formal pilot. And then upon approval of the superintendent and the board, then the pilot would be conducted. And that's in step number 8.
Right. And then it goes through reviews and comes, okay, so it does get approved there. Then it comes back to us for approval again. And maybe that's what I'm confused about.
The final recommendation, yeah. So after your team, if the board approved a pilot of 2 different products, we would conduct that pilot, conduct an evaluation again to make sure that the materials do what they intend to do. And then we would be bringing a top recommendation back to the board. So a final recommendation for approval.
Okay.
And that final recommendation would include purchasing.
Yes.
Well, and I kind of think that's where it's getting confusing to me. The piloting step is where we approve the actual material.
So the pilot would be, yes, yeah, you would be approving material for us to try out or trial in the classroom and evaluate that trial.
Yeah.
I kind of think of it like test driving a couple of cars so that we can make sure like we've read the reviews, we've conducted research about these things, but we want to make sure that these materials actually function the way that we intend them to.
Sure, but your expectation at that approval step, the first approval, is that we are approving it in its totality. We're not approving chapter 8. We're approving the book as a whole. Right?
You would be able to see, yes, the material as a whole.
Right. And so that's where I get to step 11, us reapproving it is redundant because we've already approved it.
But I think it does include the purchasing piece.
Dr. Smith, can you clarify though, when you go to the pilot piece, you could have 2, 3, you could have several sets of materials that they're approving for pilot at that point. When it comes back the second time, you'd be talking one set of materials that after the pilot, the team has said this is the best set for the district to continue with, correct?
Correct. And you would be asking for approval to purchase at that time.
Just want to make sure there was an understanding there that.
It should actually make that second thing much easier and much quicker because,
I would hope so.
we should already know. And I do think that this whole document that you did so great putting together gives us a lot more clarity and a lot more transparency on the process. So that was kind of the idea behind it, I think. So,
Okay.
Hey, does anybody else? Mrs. Milius, Mr. Ewing, do you have any other?
In reading number 8, the pilot program, the EAC is mentioned in the first sentence, and then upon approval from the superintendent and the Board of Education, the EAC is not mentioned, but I see the EAC is involved, obviously, in number 9, and then number 10 specifically. Is that? You see what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not being clear here, but I guess it's covered upon it, but you're not asking for the EAC for approval on the pilot.
Not asking for approval, but just simply for them to look at the recommendations and voice any concerns that they might have as a body.
Okay.
This is another way for us to get some additional input from a group of people that would include some educators, administrators, and community members.
Right. And I don't know, I'm just throwing this out there, nothing against you, Dr. Luttrell, but it's got you listed, it's got the superintendent that's in control of picking the 2 community members. And I don't know if there's an alternative to that.
To me picking?
Yeah, it's the way it reads
The
now.
reason-
The superintendent picks those 2.
the reason that, that is written the way it is the fact that well, from our understanding and turn in talks with our legal representation is anytime you have a group that is individuals that are appointed by or whatever by the board, it kind of opens that up to where that body then is subject to
Open meeting.
open meetings, records, minutes, which could really at times kind of really slow that process. And so, whereas since I am not an elected member of the board.
No, you got it. Yeah, you just jogged my memory. We have talked about this before. Okay, yep, never mind.
Okay, are there any other questions about this?
Well, and the only other thing I would say is just it's not lining up with the table of contents simply because I think there's an extra blank page in there right at the front end, but just FYI.
Thank you. We can fix that.
So I would ask that the motion be made with including clerical errors being corrected. Is that possible? Candy, Rachel, is that okay? So that cover our bases there. John's not going to move this time.
I'll do it.
Gotta do it.
I move to approve as submitted. Reserve my right to come there later. Man.
You don't have to do it every time.
I'll do it. It is my burden.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the guidelines for selection and approval of instructional material from textbooks. Any other discussion? Rachel, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, moving on to policies for consideration. Dr. Latrell?
Yes,
Dr.
we-
Wilson?
Yes, we again, last meeting presented a few of the KSB policies that, and these are more ones that definitely are pretty much in statute that really not much choice in. Sometimes we get policies that we can, like, if we want to, yes, if not, but these are ones that basically they are for all entities. And so we went over those with you. But if you have any questions, like I said, we can have Dr. Robinson provide you some insight.
Madam President, I move to approve 8.05 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Did anybody have any questions about those after moved and seconded? Okay. Please collect the vote.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, moving on to 8.06 Spring Hill Elementary School Playground updates. I see Kylie moving forward, so.
Yes, and if you recall, way back in October, it's been a while, but way back in October, we did come and I was asked for USD230 to be part of a grant that would replace a portion of the playground equipment at Spring Hill Elementary. Again, playground equipment, as we know, is very, very expensive, but separate from the playground, you also have your surfacing. And so this grant was just for equipment. It was our oldest playground, but we also felt, well, if we're going to replace this playground equipment here, we probably need to address this. So it kind of led to some other areas. And, but we did pursue the grant. You gave us permission to pursue the grant, and we said we would be back at a point in the future once we had other costs for the other pieces of a playground plus the play surface. And so we're here tonight asking for, again, approval so that we can continue with that process rolling. Although, again, our very hard winter that we did have in late December through January really slowed that process down. And, we had hoped initially to have everything ready and so forth where we would have that installation complete by early spring, and I don't believe that's going to happen because of the rough winter that we had in January, February with the bitter cold that froze everything up, which then also, like I said, now we got to be careful about when spring, it's one thing to take a playground away in late winter and that but when you take it away in the warm temps in spring, could be problematic. So we're probably at this point going to delay, but Mr. Delpy can give you that heads up. But he here and answer any questions you may have about this particular playground. But it all started back from us taking part of a grant that would have for the equipment. And again, but there was quite a bit of equipment involved. And so if there are questions, we will address them.
Okay.
Yeah, just the second what he said about we were going to do it in the spring and we did actually push that back. I talked to the principal, Tammy Endicott, and she suggested we just do it in the summer. That way we're not taking the equipment away from the kids in the springtime. And also there's some safety concerns there when you've got a playground ripped out and it's tied up and you still have kids in session.
Right.
So we did want to push that back to the summer and they were okay with that. So.
Okay. And this is capital outlay? Capital outlay. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, quick question. Do you know the age of the equipment that we're replacing? How old the stuff is there? Just out of curiosity.
One set is from 1994 and then the other set is a little bit newer, not by much. I think it's like 5 or 6 years. So.
Well, and that leads me into that stuff wasn't designed with adaptive play or anything else in mind. So in looking at this, it looks like we've gone through a full review of adaptive play and
Yep.
all the other requirements and everybody's all happy, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would just want to make sure.
Yep.
We want everybody to be happy.
Yep.
Well, no, it just shows the light years difference between the technologies.
for sure.
I mean, huge.
And we are going with the pour and play surface. That is what Tammy Endicott and her team wanted. The other playgrounds we have throughout the district, with exception to Prairie Creek Elementary School, have the turf. And we would move that way to do the pour and play surfaces throughout the district as the turf gets older. We would.
So it's more of a flat poured.
It is. It's a poured, fine granular, spongy material. And so it's what all the municipalities and other school districts are going to with that pour and play surface. So we're going to follow suit. So.
But we already have all the equipment that we would need to repair that, or the experience, or is there some follow on that we're going to need to do to be able to do maintenance and upkeep on that?
Yes, we will be able to do the maintenance pretty much, the minor maintenance in-house.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions?
I have a couple questions. Kylie, this is Nicole. Would you, I am trying to look through my notes from way back when we talked about this. I thought we had gotten some sort of grant that paid 50%.
We did for the main pieces of equipment. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then are you maybe I'm confused. Are you saying it's going to be $250,000-ish for just the swings and all that and the new surface for only Spring Hill Elementary?
That is correct. So it's the additional pieces of playground equipment, the pour and play surface, and the installation of everything.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't remember this amount of dollars coming up. I remember installation being we had estimated like $40,000 or $45,000, but I don't remember the surface cost being so high.
I remember listening to the meeting. I wasn't on the board, but I think there was no cost. I think it was we had to get a bid for it, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, I don't remember making any recommendation on the cost of the surface either.
Gotcha.
But
And
I
maybe
could go back and look.
No, I didn't have it in there, and so in my notes at all, it just seems awfully high.
It is pricey.
$250,000 for one school to have new equipment that we thought we were getting at $70,000.
So we got a grant that cost us $258,000.
Yeah, that I'm struggling a little bit with that. We got a grant that's now costing us $250,000.
Well, I think it exposed something that probably needed to be rectified with old equipment. I mean, I'm not going to speak for you.
Yeah, well,
So-
the initial grant was just for the 2 playground sets. So that's what we got a grant for, 50% matching grant, which saved us the $74,000. And then this new cost, the $258,000, is for the additional pieces of equipment. Like I said, the pour and play surface and the installation of that equipment.
Can you remind me? I feel like the plan was to redo Prairie Creek and Spring Hill Elementary at the same time as far as their flooring. Sorry, I'm not sure what to call it.
Yes, that was the plan. However, after speaking to our sales rep, the age of the equipment at Prairie Creek Elementary School, we're almost to that point where we need to replace that equipment as well. And what we didn't want to do is put the pour and play surface in and then tear the equipment out and ruin the surface again. So we're going to revisit this next year and see about getting another grant to replace the equipment at Prairie Creek and then do the surfacing there.
And is it the same contractor that's doing the surfacing and the equipment, or is this different providers?
It is same contractor. Yep.
And Kylie, I'm just rounding here, right? So it was $150,000 for the grant, and we're covering half of that at 75. The grant covers the other 75. That 75,000 comes off of the 258 to basically tell us exactly what the cost is for the pour and any of those incidental additional pieces, right? But the total cost, including the 75K, which is 50% of the grant, gives us our total number here. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to make sure you got your question answered correctly. 2 pieces. First piece, the playground sets, there's 2 of them. That was all done back in October. That would have been $150,000 for those 2 pieces. We got them half off, so 75,000.
Okay.
That's done, taken care of. Not part of this.
So the 258 plus the 75.
Yes.
So now we're at 3.25 for the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we do have.
Thank you, Doug.
It hasn't been hit on yet, but we do have a grant application in with Kansas Department of
Health and Environment.
There you go. Thank you. And the hope is we might get some of this pour and play surface funded. So from the 258 total, I'm hoping realistically somewhere between 20 and 30,000 off. We won't know that till March, maybe April. Obviously, we don't want to hold this up contingent upon whether or not we get the grant because we're committed. We've bought the equipment. And I think the old equipment really needs to be out soon. It's a definite hazard. So hopefully we can get the price down a little bit. There is one footnote that we need to discuss. I think, Kylie, is the tear out. The 258 does not include tear out. I thought the price that they were charging us for tear out was kind of excessive. You'll see it on which page is it? 7? Page 7, there's an optional add-on to get the equipment removed is another $18,750. We don't have the district doesn't own the right equipment to yank that out of the ground and haul it off, but I'm sure hoping there might be a dad in construction listening tonight or somebody has a connection And that's the other good thing about doing it in summer. We won't have quite the time constraint to get somebody in to maybe save us almost $19,000 on tear out. I just thought that was a terrible price.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying because it does have implications up here, which is we would entertain the idea of somebody, I don't know, coming in with an excavator and ripping out steel and tossing it in the back of the Parker, Kansas recycling truck and letting them get value out of it.
I'm
And-
gonna stop you there. We're
Yeah.
gonna do this in-house, so.
Oh, you are going to?
I'm not gonna rely on anybody else to do it. I talked to our team and we feel we can handle it in-house and so.
I stand corrected. I will default to Kylie.
All right.
So.
I
and then
thought maybe a good client connected project.
Yes. And then I do want to, Phil Elliott brought me up the computer and here and it's got Dayton Creek Elementary School and we paid a little bit over $240,000 for their playground surfacing and equipment. That was back in 2019. So
So it's
just
probably
for
not
comparison, it's pretty close to what.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does include all the sensory equipment that we're adding to this, which there are plans going forward to try to add sensory equipment at other sites as the long-term plan.
So what the price seems high, it's pretty comparable to
Mhm.
what we paid in the past. So.
And some of that might be good projects for the Education Foundation. Yep, again. Okay, so back to the item at hand.
But I'm not sure that we got the final question answered when we got to money and the money's different. And you had confirmed, so reconfirming all the money is there for this project. We are not robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Correct. We have over $6 million in capital outlay. Some of that's committed, obviously, but yes, this is considered a need and something we need to do this summer.
Well, in consideration, I graduated high school when this was put in, Madam President. I moved to approve 8.06. New playground equipment to bring Spring Hill Elementary into parity with their sister facilities.
A motion with the twist. That's good. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Rachel, would you please collect the vote?
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius, Mrs. Milius, Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, we've been at this for an hour and 42 minutes. So is everybody okay with a little bit of a break? Okay, so sorry for you guys. You're next on the agenda and we're going to take a break. Let's reconvene back at 9:53, 10-minute break. Is that okay? 8:50. Sorry, we need an hour break. Sing.
Doug.
Mr. Hall to the dais, Mr. Hall.
Okay, we're back in session. We're moving on to our discussion items. Spring Hill Education Foundation introduction, Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, we are very fortunate to have the Spring Hill Education Foundation, which has been in existence for many, many years, and has raised a lot of money for graduating seniors as well as for our teaching staff so that they can apply annually for classroom grants of excellence. Just a great partnership we've had. And in recent months, the foundation, in their effort to enhance and attempt to do even greater things for USD230, they made a very momentous decision that has potential to really impact in a very many positive ways USD230. And so I'm going to allow them to share that news and tell you what they've been up to and what to expect moving forward. I'm going to, this time, like I said, the Spring Hill Education Foundation President, Grant Ewing, will begin that communication.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We really appreciate you sitting through our earlier.
Yes, it was a pleasure. This has been great. This is my first school board meeting, honestly, to be full disclosure. And this is awesome. I'm glad to see it. So happy to be here with you guys tonight. Like Dr. Luttrell said, my name is Grant Ewing, president of the Spring Hill Education Foundation. And he kind of mentioned, but touching on it a little bit more, we do help provide, I guess, raise and manage and distribute funds to support the students and staff here at the USD230. The newest kind of addition, we went through a kind of a business building process not too long ago and discovered a need for a more full-time person to help us with managing kind of our operations and our events and stuff like that, and find ways to kind of expand on our fundraising and our efforts to support the district. So we have tonight, I'm introducing BJ Harris. BJ comes with quite a bit of experience in fundraising positions, and I'll let him introduce himself a little bit and tell you about that and what we're kind of doing with the district or with the Education Foundation.
Thank you, Grant. Again, BJ Harris, title will be the coordinator of the Spring Hill Education Foundation through a contract that the Education Foundation has done with me to go out and serve in that capacity. Just briefly, a background on myself. A lot of people know me here locally, especially as the voice of Broncos on Spring Hill Sports Live, and been very, very fortunate to be able to take that concept and develop it across 10 communities in the state of Kansas, across Eastern Kansas. We're also the broadcast partner for Johnson County Community College. And so that's one realm that a lot of folks know me as. I've been a broadcaster for 22 years and been able to be fortunate to pursue that career. But over the last 12 years, I kind of left broadcasting as a full-time career and went more into nonprofit management and event fundraising, a nonprofit event fundraising. And so over the last 12 years, I've worked as the director of the Convention and Visitors Bureau in Southeast Kansas and Crawford County. And then for the last 6 years, worked as the executive director of the Kansas Shrine Bowl, which is an event-based fundraiser working to do grassroots fundraising development as well as corporate partnerships. And really just linking resources to help kids. And that's where I see this opportunity going for the Education Foundation, just like everything else that you all are battling and that you guys have to make decisions on, is the extreme growth of Spring Hill schools, especially over the last 5 to 6 years. Those needs are going to continue to grow just as you guys are approving. And the Education Foundation is looking to grow as well and looking to enhance our footprint, enhance the impact that we can make on kids and serve these increased needs that are going to continue to come. And so we look at that through a few different ways. Over history, we've done scholarships. That's how the organization was founded, through a golf tournament to raise scholarships for kids. And we still do that. Last year, we donated or gave scholarships to 11 graduating seniors at $2,000 a piece. Every little bit counts, certainly going into the secondary education or going to the higher level education. And so we expect to do that exact same level, if not more, this year. Obviously, some of that's going to depend on the success of our golf tournament. That's our main fundraiser. It's May 6th. Put that on your calendars. Certainly want to make sure you guys get out there to enjoy the Spring Hill Education Foundation golf tournament. And then we've also over recent years started to provide building grants, teacher grants, and that's been honestly a challenging part of the aspect. I was serving on the board before I took the role as a coordinator, and just trying to find, we have a lot of educators that have great ideas, and they, as you saw, a group of them really dive into curriculum. They dive into what the best way to serve these kids are, and they're coming to us with requests that may be outside of the budget of capital outlay or whatever reason, other money you may have set aside for them. And we're trying to make sure we're maximizing our impact as good as possible. And we've, over those building grants, those teacher grants, we've done a little over $14,000 this school year. Over 7 projects ranging from whiteboards in a classroom, Lego kits. We've got some sensory items going into the elementary schools. Over the last years, we've helped pilot a curriculum in STEM back before I was on the board. Those are the types of things we've done in the past. Really what I've built a career around is identifying need, identifying an objective in which to go fundraise, and then align people who want to support those projects. Obviously, the business structure for public education is a tax base. And Spring Hill, as well as any district in the state of Kansas, does a nice job and has done, frankly, a crazy job to do the building that you've done over the course of time you've done it and manage the tax level at where it is. But where those needs aren't being met, that's where we can come in. Right now, frankly, we're not capable of filling the max needs that could be there, but we're going to continue to work to identify educators that want to make a big impact on kids. What do they need to do so? Can the district support that? And what level of that do we need to step in and find support for? Whether we have that in our coffers now, or whether we can go find a business or an individual or a group within themselves to go raise their own money to help their own cause, and then we can supplement. There's just a lot of ways to skin a cat, and we're really trying to look at all those ways. But ultimately, our goal is to enhance the educational opportunities for students, for staff, and for the community. And we're going to continue to build and work on that over the next foreseeable future. So I'm really excited to be able to stick my foot in another aspect of Spring Hill. We moved up here about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a decision we made to come here, specifically chose this community. And I specifically chose to use my experience and talent for this organization to impact this community. And that's pretty much the way I'm wired, and what I expect to get out of my career. And so I'm fortunate to be able to do that. So I'll answer any questions you might have about the Education Foundation.
Does anybody have any questions? I mean, the Education Foundation is a 501c3, so it's separate from the school district, but mission is to support teachers and staff and students. Welcome.
Thanks.
It's going to be, I'm really looking forward to seeing all the things that you do in this position. I think as you guys go, and Nicole, if you're still on, and Keith, when we go to these national meetings and stuff, you see districts doing big things, and almost all of them are supported by some kind of organization that brings in business support or brings in something else. It's not usually just taxpayer money that is getting big things done. So we're going to have some big things that we're going to want to do as a district. And so it's great to have some partners, especially like the Education Foundation. So, but do you have any questions for him?
I don't have any questions. I'll just say I just ran into you at the Schmidt tournament, and I just really appreciate what you bring to the community and what you've brought to the community. You really give us a gift to be able to be a part of the athletics and the great things going on in the district on nights that maybe we just can't make it. So I just really appreciate what you do. And I think it's amazing that you're expanding, and I'm excited to help however I can.
Bring a contract to you in July.
My husband's a golfer, so I'll let him know.
Good deal.
May 6th.
Yeah, and I just kind of had a quick question about, the foundation and going forward. I mean, it sounds like it's growing to the size where it's like estate gifting kind of level of fundraising.
Well, certainly that's when things start to really take off, and we can, and really it's what I'm working on right now is identifying and making it as clear we're open for those donations to come, and making it as easy for people to make those contributions as possible. And there's some infrastructure. Really what we're doing is this has been an organization that was built to support the district, supported by the district. And so what we want to do is make an organization that's built to support the district be supported on its own, so it can then support the district. And there's going to be some growth of that, and that's why I've been brought on board to do so.
Very good. Okay,
right.
well, thank you
All
for
right,
waiting.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
through some
Thanks
things.
for all your help. I have served on a school board, so I have sat in your chair, USD 250 school board. Grant has not, so he was not ready for this. But this was a jam-packed, entertaining, very well done. Love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to report on enrollment projections from demographer from RSP. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, for the past several years, because of the enrollment growth and trying to make sure we successfully manage that, the district has contracted with a demographer to make sure that we have updated projections that can guide decision-making, whether it be for the staffing or whether it be for facility usage or enhancements. And those pieces of data that are part of this demographic study are invaluable. And so here this evening to give us kind of a brief overview of what the most recent findings are saying in terms of future growth, especially within the next 5 years, and then also even out to 10 years somewhat. Mr. Rob Schwartz from RSP. So Rob, thank you for being here, and thank you again for helping us navigate our growth.
Yeah, good evening. You notice how quickly they got out of here. Yeah, so
That happens.
exactly. So I'm presenting, so that always goes with a longer time limit. So I'm going to touch on a great deal that's in this presentation. It won't be every page. We would be here till 11 or midnight, depending on the questions you asked. My goal is quite simply to help you understand what's in the reports, help you understand the storylines, understand the data, and understand how you can start to make or continue to make some of the decisions the district will be faced with over the next 5 to 10 years. There's a lot of content in this presentation. We've categorized it really into 4 parts, and there's a huge appendix. The appendix got even larger this year because Dr. Luttrell asked for some additional things that will help with some of the items as you go to staff with the 2024 open enrollment options and some other aspects to help you do some other planning things. So a lot of cool things in the appendix. Part 1 is going to be looking at your enrollment and demographics. Part 2, the developments. Part 3, projections. And then there's some next steps. So let's talk a little bit about this, I'm calling 1,000-foot perspective. Might think of it getting a little bit detailed into what is happening in your district. We're still forecasting that the district is going to continue to increase. You can see the breakdown of where that is across the elementary, the middle school, and the high school. We do have some potential capacity challenges coming up. When I get to the projections, we'll talk more about that. There's quite a bit of development activity, and that's driving some influx as we see other neighboring districts provide some level of similar housing product, particularly if we go west of here. They used to not have a lot of the move in, move up product. They now have some of that being built. So we'll talk about what that means as we look at your development outlook. So there's always visuals. Purple line is your district boundary. This map is showing the cities that are in and just outside your district boundary. So, right, Olathe, Overland Park, Spring Hill. Our existing elementary school boundaries, middle school boundaries, and then how does this feeder look? So dotted lines represent where we have broken feeders or split feeders as they go from the elementary into the middle school, part of the growing pains. Mm-hmm. We further break the district beyond census block or census block groups into these planning areas where we can identify and understand what's happening with development, enrollment, and demographics. Best seen with this statistical forecast model. Really, there's a lot of data that we look at from census data, county data, city data sets we create from the things that we know. I think Candy was saying 16 years that we've been working in your district. So kind of seen things just kind of grow the way they have. All those things are back to those planning areas. I've created this visual as a new add-in so you understand why is it we give you an RSP likely forecast? Why don't I give you a low, a mid, and a high? The reason for that is because of the expertise of our team, we're trying to give you where you can plan. Now, when things don't add up the way maybe we want them to add up, I'm giving you a visual here of why it may be over forecasted or under forecasted based on some of these variables. This is a social science. We're trying to look at everything, turn every stone to understand what's happening in the community. Sometimes things don't work out the way we thought. The pandemic was one of those. We do start with live birth data to understand what's happening. It's very conclusive when you look at the number of live births in Johnson County, and I also have it with Miami County. The number of live births has declined. This is something that is opposite of what people thought going into the pandemic. When we get over to those last two columns, we're trying to look at, as we see changes happening with the live births, what does this mean for our market share of kindergartners potentially 5 years later? This isn't an apple to apple of you're born and then you're there 5 years, right? People move in and out. We also know there may be a lot of live births that happen in November, December. 5 years later, you're not going to be a kindergartner, right? You'll wait another year. But this starts to give us what that potential market range is. So think about this, we're honing in, we're zeroing in on a possibility of what that range could be, just looking at this metric. Again, I told you we have the same thing with Miami County. You can see that the enrollment or the live birth decline is not nearly as significant as what we've seen in Johnson County. We look at the past enrollments. Key thing I want you to take away here that we have natural growth. When I look at the departing senior class last year was 214 kids, and I look at this incoming kindergarten class of 309, we naturally are just going to grow. If no more developments happen, nobody else moved in, we just naturally are seeing some of that enrollment increase. Another way to look at that information is how they cohort over time. So cohort going from like 4th to 5th or 8th to 9th. What change is occurring? Is it increasing or decreasing? For the most part, most of our grades, we tend to increase as they move along. If I go back one slide, the reason we have this blue and white alternating sequence by cells is if I look at that 229 senior class, I go all the way back to kindergarten, they were 169. So you can kind of see what that growth of a class is. There's some other things that next year we'll put in there about retention of students that were kindergartners, because now that we have a lot of school data, we can really get at some things that are maybe some gaps in what's happening or understanding of academic achievement. We also look at migration. So with the migration, we're simply trying to understand what's happening with students, who's left the district, who's new to the district. So the green part of the bar, we don't like those kids. They've left our district. And we're examining this at each of the grade bands of elementary, middle school, and high school. The orange bars are those students that are new to the district. So they're receiving new services, haven't received before. So we're showing 4 years of data here. So the first year where we had a loss of students, that was the pandemic, right? And so we wanted to show what's been happening over the last 3 years. And so it's not been as much the last 2 years as it was the year after the pandemic, but that's to be expected. We even broke that same information down with this year's data by building, so you can see where we're seeing some of that change. Okay, let me stop here on out of district students. This is something that's going to change. Right now, when we look at this 5 years worth of data, we have fewer kids this year that were out of district coming into our system than we've had in previous years. You can see we had a high of 146 back in 2019-20. A lot of this is related to your staff that are coming in that don't live in the district. But now with the changes for the 24-25 school year, where do we have space? You guys get to guide some of that. You guys spoke a little bit about that with the intra-district transfers, I think, earlier. And I think it kind of like segued into what happens with open district. So this is something we have to watch. You guys get to control this. We have a lot of understanding of open enrollment. Iowa, they've had open enrollment for a long time. And the first year is the hardest year, because we're not sure how do we match this up with capacity and enrollments. But what we can tell you is it's like a spigot. if you open it all the way open, it's going to be a tidal wave of potential kids. So it's going to be something that you must monitor when we start talking about space, and space specifically to the number of kids in grades. Well, more conversation with administration about that. Other visuals to help you understand where the growth is. This is looking at a student count change map. So green areas are where we've had a decrease. Orange areas are where we've had an increase. Notice where we have the orange. That's where the newest developments particularly are, right? Heat map. So this is showing where students are. So the darker the red, the greater concentration of students. As you can see clearly above 175th Street is a large segment of our greatest density. And then we have an area that's just there east of Spring Hill on the south side. Again, most of these indicators are growth. I've mentioned this. I'm not going to read all the bullet points, but you can see that in just the visuals. There's just a greater potential of enrollment increases to continue. One other metric that we look at as we start to talk about some of your development opportunities is looking at how there's a potential correlation with census population estimates, which is the green bar. So we have people that are moving into your community. The blue line represents the certificate of occupancies. So when students can actually move into a household and they start to come to our facilities. So you can see we have quite a bit of building activity. And then the red line represents the enrollment change year to year. What I want you to take from this visual is the good thing is we typically, there's building happening, population is increasing, and that's translating into more kids in the system. Not necessarily at rates that we were seeing years ago, and that's related to the millennials waiting longer to have kids and having fewer kids. The data is really starting to prove that out much more. With our ability to look at your planning areas and growth, these two tables help you understand what's happening with single family. So we show it as the entire district, which is that bottom table. The top district is the preschool through 5th grade. I show it two different ways for your district because we have this huge number of kids at the elementary that are working their way through the system. And so what does this mean over time? And so the bottom row of each of those tables is the district average for every 100 single family units. How many of those students, based on what we're looking at for the number of students, are there in your district? So if I look at that preschool through 5 back in 2013, we had 26 for every 100 residences, and we've built almost 3,200 units. If you go across that bottom row, we've remained fairly similar, right? We're at 25 this year and building 3,200 units. That's what's driving our growth is there's younger age families that have been moving in here. And so we have a lot of kids. When you look at the orange and the green, we're showcasing based on those attendance boundaries, where are we above or below what that district average is. So if we're above it, that's in the orange by more than 3. And then if we're more than 3 lower than the district average, it's shaded in green. So you can see how things are changing over time, increasing or decreasing. We do the same thing with multifamily. Again, this is something that's going to be more prevalent in your district as we see other multifamily developments start to come online. So again, just giving you a sense of what that means for the number of kids that will be generated. Again, I said 3,200 single family units built in this time frame. We've only built about 600 multifamily. So
I
quite
have
a
a
bit
quick
different.
question, and I don't know if you want questions now.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So back like when they built Blackhawk Apartments, we talked about the kind of the yield rate on apartments was not very much at that time. Have you seen that change with the housing prices going up? Are the apartment multifamily yielding more students in those?
Yeah, I would say it varies. And the big variance is how many bedrooms do those apartment units have? And then, of course, what is that market rate? We're seeing a lot of different products where they're catering to have things where it might include a portion of it senior housing, a portion of it like kind of 55 plus, which I would still classify as senior housing. Some of it might be affordable, right? You have to say 55. I'm not quite there yet. So not yet, but a lot of people think that, right? So it's driven by the rates and the number of bedrooms and, of course, amenities as well. So that's why when you look at this multifamily, particularly here with Spring Hill, we see it's been pretty consistent, right? Ranging from 14 up to 17, then back down to 14. So I think some things that are interesting, where I say this retention piece is really huge to understand, is when you get to the actual numbers of what's in and out, we may be replacing and growing, but we're seeing a change when you get into that migration that's impacting what is the ability of the student when they come into your system, and how does that relate to what the staff has to deal with on the academic success of students. So lots of that's built in here, but it's pretty cool as you start to see some of this play out, almost like a SimCity scenario. We also look at some other variables to understand, what that attraction might be. And so when was housing product built? So on this map, red is the newest areas. And then as we radiate out, as we get into the rural areas, it's blue, right? Because there might just be a couple units that are in those particular areas. We look at the assessed median home values. So this isn't what you can sell your house for. It's based on what Johnson County, Miami County have for assessed valuations to get at what is affordable. And again, that's your own lens, right? If you can afford a $500,000 house, that's affordable. But if you're at a $150,000, very different story, right? And so you can see that the most affordable areas tend to also be our older housing inventory. No surprise if we start to overlay these on top of each other in the muddling of those colors. This map here provides you a visual of the building activity that's happened over the last 5 years. And you can see the clustering of dots are a lot. And most of them are going to be on the north side, right? Or right around here, right around this facility. And then we have a little bit less as we go into Miami County. I think this visual is really handy in understanding what we're dealing with and why, with all of the infrastructure that is at our disposal with developments, what has been happening and what likely will happen as we move on into the future. So the purple portion of these bars, except for the last column, represents the number of units at the start of the decade. Actually, that's the same all the way. It's the yellow part of the bar that's different. In that last column, that's only 3 years. So you can see in the last previous 2 decades, look at that, we've built over 4,000 units in those 20 years. That's what's driving a lot of our growth. There's still a lot of growth to happen. From all of our conversations with the cities, the tours that we drive, we've created this map of many colors to help us address in our modeling the timing aspect of the new developments. So green are the new existing developments and those that maybe will come online in the next year or 2. Yellow are closer to 5 years, and then purple closer to 10. This is changing. When we go back every year and we look at what we thought was going to develop, let's say 5 years ago, things change because of the building owners or the development parcel owners. They go through a process through the cities and the county to develop. And so some things come out a little bit faster or slower, and it's always different. When we start to look at here on this next table, all that's tied back into the development table that's associated with the map. So again, lots of opportunities for developments. We don't see that necessarily in the picture of our projections slowing down. Now here in 2024, we may see a slowdown. That would be pretty typical of an election year, would also be pretty typical of how interest rates have increased a little bit. We still have supply chain challenges in some of the things with homes that are being built, but we've been listening to a lot of information about interest rates coming down more to the 5% range here in 2024. That will be helpful with trying to move some of the housing product. So what does that mean for our projections? So on this visual, we provide you where things have been, where it likely will be in the next 5 years, and then looking out for a 10-year forecast. The red portion is your elementary enrollments. The green part of the bar is your middle school enrollment. The green is the high school. Remember, go back to that page with the number of kids by grade, and you can see as larger classes keep continually moving in, that's going to create some conversation here in a moment about what does that mean for capacity. So right now we're at about 3,900 kids. When we get 5 years out in 28, 29, it's about 4,900 kids. And then when we get out to 33, 34, we're at about 5,600 kids total in the district. All of this is predicated on some of those assumptions. When you go back to where I was saying, where we over forecast or under forecast, those elements have to continually be met to be able to hit some of these numbers. All of these notes I'll explain on this next page. So when we look at each of the buildings listed on the left-hand side, we have two different capacities that we've been working with the district and what they've provided us. Let me talk a little bit about what that means. So in these buildings, since the majority of your buildings are newer, there was a architectural design capacity for that building. Pretty sure you're not using it the exact same way as when those buildings were built. That's how we get to the programming capacity. This is the important piece with the 2024 changes. It's not that you can just stack the kids into the buildings. This is based on how are the programs operating in each of these facilities. Important to have both of them so that you kind of have a range. As you move to the right, we show you that past enrollment 3 different ways for each building. So the middle row, green font is reside. So based on the students, when we geocode them, where do they live in perspective to the attendance area they're going to be served at if they went to that building based on that address. The bottom row, blue font, is based on the student data, how many kids are actually attending each of those buildings. The top row, purple font, is a subset of reside. Because of that, it will never equal reside or never equal attend because it's a subset, but they actually reside and are attending that building. This gives you for the past the flow of kids between each of the buildings. So the intra-district transfer, we have something in the appendix where we get into the intra-district transfer where you can see what that means building by building. As you move to the right, we show you the projections by building for reside and attend. There's also shading that you see in these past, current, and future numbers. If it's green, it's under 70% programming. We mention that because when it's green and you're under 70%, you might be doing something a little bit different with how you staff. You might have shared art, counselors, music, or whatnot. When you have orange, that means we're above what that capacity is. And we're focused on the programming capacity, right? When we're over the programming capacity, it means we're gonna have to do something different in the building. So you can see that there's different stresses in our buildings. Not so much concerned about the early childhood because that's a peer role model type situation that if you have space and you have teachers, you likely, as the population grows in our district, might be able to fill that up. So that's not as a large of a concern. You can see with Wolf Creek, it grows out of being under 70%. And then you can see that at Timber Sage and Spring Hill and Prairie Creek, we have years where we will be over what that programming capacity is. So there's some things that we're gonna have to start talking about with boundaries, new buildings, and whatnot. When you get to looking at this, another key best planning practice. When we get district-wide in a growing district and we start to hit that 85% of our district capacity at each grade bands, that's when you start to say, hey, we really got to start moving on when we need to have another building or additions or maybe programming changes. There's lots of different options to consider. Come back to some of that when we come to a few other tables. So when we look at the secondary, you can see again that as these grades start to move through middle school capacity, adequate capacity through this 5-year time period, and I think even on into the next 5 years. High school, we're going to start running into some issues, and you'll see that. But here in this 5-year forecast, pretty adequate as far as space. We got some flexibility, some opportunities. The visual on this page is another way of looking at the data that's in the table. So if you like infographics, the dotted red line represents the capacity of the building. The solid bar represents for each of those buildings the enrollment that's projected over the next 5 years. Okay, this is something really just You're the only district that we do what you're seeing on this particular page. And I think this started way back with probably Dr. Gearing and for sure with Dr. Burke, trying to help you all as a board understand when do we start to plan to seriously add some of the brick and mortar needs that the district's faced with. So what you're seeing up here is for each of the grade bands, you see what that capacity is, the program functional capacity of the buildings. And then you can see what the enrollment is forecasted out over the next 10 years. And then for the elementary and the high school, you can see when I've put something in there like number 6 in 3132 is when elementary 6 potentially would need to come online. You might want it a year earlier. I know this board has been pretty proactive to try to stay behind or actually out in front of the 8 ball with some of the decisions. You have me thinking about behind the 8 ball. I have to think about in front of the 8 ball. And then when you look down at the high school for number 2, and we just put number 2, is it number 2? Is it an expansion to it? Is it something different? It could be like Lincoln County over in Missouri where they have a 9th grade center, right? There's different things you can look at things, but we have number 2, something with capacity has to be decided for the district in 2930. So again, this is just a visual for you to kind of get a sense. There's not anything imminent right now, but now is the time to plan. Get the lands, work with the developers and the builders to be in a position where we're not trying to find the land and then go through the design. That adds time to this. Everything's a plus, right? We have so many positive things with where we're situated, infrastructure, who's building and whatnot. Next steps. So key considerations, I really just want to focus on that bottom part. You can read the top things. Those are kind of like some of the things you've heard me say a little bit. We want to continue to keep monitoring the LIBERS. That really sets the target of what we potentially may see for future kindergartners. We also want to continue to work, and part of this retention, there's some other work that we're kind of flushing out where we're going to provide you next year where there'll be more stuff with the seniors and the kindergartners and some things that might be really interesting as you look at how you plan. But the senior class has typically been smaller than the incoming kindergarten class. That's what's propelling our growth. Migration trends, as we see the value of homes increase, we see that the product types that are being built here are going to become more diverse. We'll see more twin homes or right on our east side on 179th Street. That's a very different housing product than what we've seen really anywhere, almost in Johnson County. Now, there's some other places that we're watching that are going to be similar to that have recently gone through, like the city of Shawnee. But it's going to be similar to that, where people are trying to find ways for having competitive, lower priced homes. And this is maybe one way to do that. So we want to watch what this means as it relates to some of our development trends and the timing of what type of demographics are moving into our district. I do want to highlight a couple things I think in the appendix. Am I right? Want me to hit some of those, Dr. Luttrell?
Sure.
Yeah, so some of the new things. So I'm just skipping over these just from the standpoint of there'll be more questions. I know you'll have passed on to me. Here's one thing that we've done is we look at the middle school boundaries, and we chose the middle school boundaries because they're large enough for you to get a understanding of what's happening. And so we're showing you the total number of units. You can see it broken out, whether it's single family units, multifamily units, how we're generating kids with those type of housing product and how it relates to each of these middle school boundaries. So this is kind of an interesting aspect of that. And what is that composition of single family, multifamily developments? And we do that for each of the middle school boundaries. The intra-district transfers, this gets at the choices. Sometimes it's initiated by the parents. Sometimes it's initiated by the district where programming is or programming is not. So this gives us a sense of how that's moving around. You see that in the projection tables. With accuracy, everything's going to be a little bit out of skew with the pandemic. It just threw everything down. We ratcheted it down and we're almost to the point where I would say our district is what I would say COVID recovered with our enrollments. We're back on track of where we were prior to the pandemic. Most districts we're working with, they can't say that even 4 years later. Other maps of stuff that's kind of cool, if you like maps. My map makers love to make maps. The other thing that we started to try to hone in on, but you don't have enough of the housing product, is to be looking at some of the rent changes and what that means, because affordability is a huge contributor to how people move around in your district or even for Johnson County. So you'll see some things from census data. Then there's other maps where we've kind of zoomed in so you get a sense of that larger map, some of the names that we've given. So maybe the same name as what's gone through or is known as those subdivisions, but when they initially were being platted, sometimes they have a different name. But you can see that broken out by each of the districts. And so one of the new areas I was talking about is the homes of Wolf Creek, right? That's a different housing product, or by the park. You can see the central area here down in Spring Hill, and then the north side. And then how we calibrate all of that back into all of the developments so that you can get a sense of how many would be shovel ready, what potentially could come online in that 5-year time period, and then what's more out towards the 10-year. Here's something that's new that was requested. So we're giving the district, based on where students reside, how that breaks out by grade. So this is going to be a key component in how you have space that might be available or not available by building for this open enrollments. So this is the starting of that conversation. And then we have another thing where we were looking at, this is new as well, enrollment by grade for each grade out for the next 10 years. So you can getting a sense of how are we planning for our staffing? How do we plan for our buildings? This is kind of that visual to get at that. The next thing that was requested was our ability to try to provide the number of students that are residing in the district by each of the cities or unincorporated areas. So you get a sense of what that is that are residing in the district. And then those that are enrolling out of the district. And again, based on the city. So some really cool things that we can do with some of those data sets. So again, just trying to provide you a greater context of how you can start to plan for the future. So questions, comments? It's after 9 o'clock. I never promise that I have a coherent answer, but.
Well, I've seen these over the years, over the last 10 years, and it's still a lot of information that's all at once. So, you guys have any questions? This is probably something that we'd want to take a deep dive into on a, well, deeper than this, at least. I don't know how deep, but in a retreat kind of situation where we could really explain some of these things and study some of them. But
It
you have some
is,
questions,
yes, it is definitely, when you look at any type of data of this nature, it is really overwhelming at first, but I think it's in a format to where as an individual, if you are able to find time over the course of even of several weeks to just take 5 or 10 minutes a day and look at certain pieces and then look at it, it slowly starts to make sense, but it is just a lot to process the first time you see it.
One request that, and maybe Candy, if you could write it down for Rachel too, I would like to have a paper copy of this presentation. Would you guys like that too? Just so you can have it, or do you care? Do you want to just look at it on the screen?
Hi, I do have a question. I'm John, one of the new guys. As you can see, I talk a lot, or as you can hear rather. One of the things and considerations and what you're being asked to look at, one of the things that I would be curious about is the effect of new facilities on mature housing inventories, and what that net impact is. or if it at all. So basically, would your projections change if we were building new facilities in areas that had existing inventories? Does that have a knock-on effect to attracting students and families to those mature houses? Or does that even make sense?
Yeah, so where you build a facility or where you reinvest in a facility, for sure does have an impact on what I would say the regreening is around some of those more mature areas. Because it does provide some excitement, probably also provides some other equity pieces of the buildings that were like Spring Hill Elementary and excuse me, original Spring Hill Middle School and High School. Those are very different spaces than what our new buildings are. So for sure, there would be a different local impact with that type of investments that may not be fully factored into what we see at that local area around wherever that investment might happen.
Yeah, if we were to ask those questions, you'd be able to have a predictive model of some sorts. If, for example, we were going to replace one of those facilities, like you say, Spring Hill Elementary, you feel comfortable in providing data on that?
I think if once we were at the point of making a decision, we for sure could have some metrics from other districts, even here in this region where we've done work that we've seen the positive impact. So
Yeah,
for
because
sure.
I'm thinking of specifically like the rebuilding of Pawnee Elementary up on 91st in the Farley area and you know, the regreening of that area.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, I was just, and Doug, this may be something for you too, is tracking any type of overlay or projections on commercial build out, simply from a tax point of view. I mean, is that something your company does too, or?
We stay out of the
Okay.
residential as far as the tax implications beyond what we assisted you guys with. What wasn't really the non-residential, but with the rural housing incentive district that was that like about a year ago, roughly something like that. But no, we don't do
anything on the commercial side of things. Okay.
Other than following because we know jobs
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm a data junkie and I love this. This is presented really well. I can't wait to spend more time with it.
I do have a specific question on the median home value map, on those bands in there. Is this with current year's data or is this with 21, 22's data? Because I'll be honest, it looks light on the home valuations.
I would agree.
Yeah, this would be the latest data sets that we got probably in December. I'm trying to see if there was a date on there. But again, remember, this is the assessed valuation. So it's different than what your market value is. And even then, some people might think this is lower, but remember, it's aggregated at each of those planning areas. So it's taking the median value of each of those planning areas. So there's going to be some that will be like greater, right? So if we look at this where it's like, I think greater than 350,000 for the assessed valuation, there's going to be some that, because it's a median, that might be like 425, 450. And others that are lower just based on the look.
And that value is a median, not a mode.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other pertinent question? Nicole, are you still there? Do you have any questions?
I'm here. I don't have any questions. Other than when do we plan to bring this back to speak about it together?
My thought would be when we get a date nailed down to do our half-day retreat, to do it then. Does anybody else have any other suggestions? It does look like there's not like something we have to do tomorrow from looking at it. Any other suggestions? Keith, do you have any suggestions, questions?
No, I gotta look at all this for a little bit, so.
Yes. Do you have a suggestion other than that, Nicole, to bring it back?
Um, I mean, I don't know. I think whenever we speak about it, I think the public's going to want to hear. I have had a lot of people asking, excuse me, about future plans. And so I'm not sure if we at some point make sure it's on one of our meetings that we live stream so that we can speak about it and the public can know what our plan is.
Well, the thought for me in bringing this back comes to open enrollment, which is I'm not sure we can have any truly worthwhile discussions about this until we see the impact of that play out. I mean, please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but talking about this before this time next year is speculative.
I think the open enrollment impact is probably going to be pretty one-sided because we're probably not going to have a lot of capacity to accept people coming in. So it's going to be more of just if we lose something.
Right. And yeah, that's where I'm driving at is, is the net effect. And I don't know, Mr. Schwartz, if you can speak to if your crystal ball says anything.
I would say every district that we're working with in this region, they all think they're going to lose kids. So that's not possible.
Yeah.
Like not everybody's going to lose kids. I think there's going to be decisions that families make that are going to be geographic. So where our facilities are located in proximity to our district and other residences. I think it's for sure going to be things. We have the space thing, right? But then there's also the programming options and where families will feel like their kids will have the best opportunity for success. So there's going to be some ins and some outs. This first year is going to kind of set that baseline because we are doing things a little bit different in Kansas than what we've experienced in Iowa. And that big thing is that there's this other capacity piece, but they have some other interesting things that are kind of in the direction that we might be headed as the state of Kansas. That again, we can look to what that means, but year one is going to kind of right side what we potentially see over the next 5 years with open enrollments.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I guess the follow on to that then would be, in your experience, our proximity to our districts to our north and east, are we in a position of any greater or lesser risk of impact from open enrollment? Again, crystal ball, I apologize.
So here's the thing. So the first thing that comes into mind is, wow, we have homes that you literally can see other adjacent district buildings. Those districts are going through the same thing where they may likely not have space in those buildings that you can see. And so they may say, hey, you can open enrollment in, but you're not going to go to those buildings. So I think things have evolved with what we've seen with Olathe and Blue Valley in particular, with where some of their facilities are or where some of our facilities are. That I think it's going to be a mixed bag. There may be some that want to come into Spring Hill because heck, we can have middle schools that are 550. Look what the size are of Olathe and Blue Valley middle schools. There's an advantage. The common theme that we're seeing with every district I'm working with through the Midwest, what do we do with middle school curriculums and discipline and attendance issues? Doesn't matter what the district is. And so I think if you have smaller middle school settings, that's probably going to be attractive to a lot of families, to be honest.
One other thought for bringing this back at some point. I don't know, Dr. Luttrell, what you think of this, but in the past, we have had sometimes when we've done town hall meetings, and sometimes we kind of quit doing them because they weren't very well attended. But I think something like this would be something that, and so then it could be a meeting that's not like a board meeting with all of our agenda items and action items, but something that consists of a presentation for the public. So they're aware of this and kind of a one topic sort of meeting. So
Well,
That's correct. And it's also, we can't underestimate the importance of just having this information that is in use closely by our administrative team internally as we plan for when we're building our schedules, when we're planning, like right now, we've been planning staffing for next year, mixed in with what the unclear budget picture is going to look like. And so we have to kind of straggle that along, but we already know from what our enrollment structures say, plus with the new graduate, we know that we're going to get an influx of students at the high school next year with or without open enrollment, simply because we're graduating what is considered a small senior class, and we're picking up a much larger freshman class. We're going to could have a net gain of 80 to 100 students. And so when we can kind of look at that to see how that corresponds with those numbers, and then know, okay, that what we're going to have in place potentially for staffing. And then also as the town hall meeting type, I think over probably the next 6 months, as the board has discussions and work sessions and looking at the data, as you can see in here, there's information here that we have to address some space issues over the period of the next 10 years, some quicker than others. And we'll probably have to come at some point here in the next 6 months as a board and share some data about, hey, is there going to be an appetite to do some type of a ballot issue that's going to help us maybe do a bond that might give us some space or give us some of our allocations, and we can do some things. We're also in concert with our financial advisor over at Greg Virenberg and Doug Raymond James, who gives us that insight on what we can do without having to impact our levy. And of course, if a board would make that decision to do that, then we could take out to the public, okay, here's, we're going to be doing this. And much of that rationale as to why a decision was made to do that can come from a document like this, where again, you show people the data, and people they may not like it, but they can sometimes see the purpose behind why a decision was made. And so we'll also be using it internally in a lot of ways to help drive a lot of decisions that will impact the public, that we'll have to inform them, that will be used as our rationale.
Well, and following on with that, I think what was just said is that ultimately leads into a discussion of attendance areas as well. And so really what we're talking about is our strategic growth plan, and that kind of thing. Am I reading that right? Okay.
Potentially.
Yes, it can drive that. Yes. And the data enter can virtually drive many decisions. I mean, within the district, but ideally, yes, attendance centers, staffing, it kind of helps you predict. We see, where your biggest bulk is going to be. The birth rate piece in there is really huge, with you just keeping track of that to know where your classes 3, 4, 5 years down the road might be, and if your trends are tracking with what the other counties doing in terms of birth rate and that. But there's just a lot of different ways. But yes, it does drive boundaries with as well as drives capacity, and as well as helps drive staffing.
Well, and the one thing that, since I brought that up, I want to make sure I mitigate it. Your presentation here today has shown that with our existing facilities, we're not looking at needs for change for some time, and we have plenty of time to make decisions, and that is not of issue now. That's what I want to get out to the public. Is that a true statement?
I have to put in one of my daughters at Washburn Law School. She said, "Dad, you need to say it depends."
Yeah, it does. I think it does depend, though.
It does depend, because when you look at this table here, when we look at Timber Sage, when we get out to 25, 26, we're over the program capacity, right? So there may be some things that strategically need to be done. It might be some programs that are there that can move out to give additional space there. It might be doing different things with the programming, but at some point there's this threshold. Is it 5 students over that capacity? Maybe not. As you start to look at this as the size of each grade, so number of kids in each section, we may be closer that we're saying 25, 26, we need to do something because maybe we need now like 4 sections of something that used to be 3, right? So there has to be more examination before you can definitively say, hey, we're not going to do anything for X years. When you see what's happening like at Timber Sage, well, we're gonna have to look at that and as a group, use a board administration, have a recommendation. Is it something that has to happen as early as 25, 26? Can it wait till 27, 28?
Yeah, I think that and then more, probably even more so on the high school side of things. But maybe there's something like Dr. Luttrell was talking about that we could do that's a little smaller in scope. That wouldn't have to be a huge bond issue, but something that you could do a no mill levy increase but the capacity at the high school is probably, did you do a programming capacity at the high school too, as well as the architectural?
I think it's the same, but I think I was talking to Phil earlier. I think there's some work that's being done to get at something that might be closer to how that building actually functions.
Okay, because I know that's, you guys can talk to that.
Yes, no, we definitely continue to continually monitor, these data points to make sure that they align with other public, records in terms of if we're saying that on our design that the architectural says one number, we want to make sure that it also lines up with what actually of how we're being used, because as we said, some of our buildings when they were architecturally built might have had a different number simply because there weren't as many programs in place or programming in terms of electives that have since expanded, like whether it be STEM, whatever, that again, kind of when you expand them, you have smaller numbers sometimes, and that kind of, again, they have a less capacity, but it also takes up space. And we're bringing those in line because we know that if there's a decision made to move forward, again, at some point to do something construction wise with space in that, we have to justify it, to our patrons. And we want to make sure that we're consistent in our numbers, and we should have the capacity numbers. Like I said, we are looking at that architectural number at the high school because that is a little bit, in terms of not in line with some of the programming that's been added in our special needs program, as well as, some of our other elective programs, plus graduation requirements and that have changed since then, that also impact that we're finalizing now, so that as we have these discussions more intense in the next few months is what we might have to go to stakeholders for, that we're all marching in the same step, and there's no like, well, how come this says this and this says no? So we hope that we can have that finalized here, that portion, within the next, month to 6 weeks.
Yeah, and after kind of hearing Nicole's comment and talking through some of these things, I do think it would be wise to do some kind of, maybe look at doing some kind of a town hall, because the other things that we've done very successfully in the past is gathered community members to come together and be part of the discussion on future growth. And if we did some kind of a presentation for the public, the people that are interested will come. And that kind of gives you some indication of who might be part of that group that would like to look at this a little further. So I don't know, that's something that we can definitely talk about on the board level and in agenda review and stuff to get it back on there. But we could sit here and talk about this all night, but in the interest of time, I think we probably need to move on to our other several things. But does anybody have any last minute questions for Mr. Schwartz? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And thank you for waiting for us.
It's always interesting.
Always. Is everybody okay? Does anybody need a break? Okay, gonna keep trudging through. So this is an exciting thing though. Student Assessment Report Part 2, Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, and we're going to get into some more really, really positive stuff tonight. Celebratory type information, because we are in the business of student success. One way that we can measure student success and somewhat compare it to how peers are doing in other districts for which were measured, mainly the Kansas assessments. And we presented again several months ago some preliminary data from the state assessments in math and English language arts just for looking at state average in Johnson County, comparison to Johnson County. But since then, we said we would come back once we had the science in place, that because at the time we didn't have science scores, but also then go on a larger scale and go not only look to see how does the performance of our students collectively as a district compare when we're looking at our brick and mortar students. Okay, the ones that we actually come to our campus and learn every single day, that our teachers employed by us, impact. How are those students performing collectively on state assessments in ELA, math, and science as compared to other districts across the state of Kansas, specifically districts that, might be in adjoining counties, districts that might just be name recognition across the state. They might have a college or university located there. Because again, our students have to go out not only within Spring Hill and compete, but not only in Johnson County, but they have to compete against the state of Kansas. And in many cases, even more globally than that, when you think outside of that. But this is one way through state assessments, we can see how they're comparing as a whole with peers across the state. And so this point in time, like Dr. Robinson and Dr. Smith are going to take a moment, kind of tell you what what they put together here. But again, it highlights the work that our teaching and learning department has done, as well as our principals and our staff every day to ensure that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum for all students. So I'll let them take it away, because as I've said, student achievement, especially high student achievement, doesn't just happen by chance. It takes a lot of work from a lot of individuals aligned with the same vision. And a lot of that you're going to hear, you can tie back that success to also the structure we have with our professional learning communities, where we have the late start collaboration time on Wednesdays that we've continued to refine, because that time is very important, because we're focused on student learning, what needs to happen for students to enhance their learning, and we measure that through our data. So Dr. Robinson, Dr. Smith, y'all can take it from here.
So in the interest of time, I'm going to hit on these first three slides very, very quickly, because I really want to get you to the data piece. Just a reminder that student success is probably the most well-defined piece of our strategic plan. That's where this ties in. We're continuing to work with our team on further developing our dashboard, where the public and the board will be able to track kind of the measurable pieces of this, and we'll continue to bring it back to you. But part of where this ties in is one of the things that when we approved the strategic plan initially, we talked about doing regular updates. Typically, we'll try to hit on the data pieces in the fall as they become available. And the next piece of this that you'll hear about probably after spring break, sometime March or April, depending on how the board agenda is set up, will be to really look at the world-class staff piece that Mrs. Hackney is working on. And so we've tried to schedule these updates where they fall naturally into work that's already being done. But I will stop talking and I'll hand it over to Dr. Smith, who's done more work in this area. So.
Thank you. Okay. So like Dr. Luttrell said, we're just presenting some information from our state assessment data from the 2023 state assessment cycle in ELA, math, and in science. And so we have just a quick comparison of our Johnson County schools, the 6 districts within Johnson County. And so you can see for students scoring above level 3 in math, right now we are second among Johnson County schools for level 3 in math. And there are, just as a reminder, there are 4 performance categories within the state assessment. And the state assessment only measures grade level standards. So it does not present students with items or questions below or above their grade level. So it is all grade level material. In terms of students who are performing at or above a level 2, so students who would be considered having anywhere from a basic to an advanced grasp of grade level concepts, we are at a 3 in the county with 84% of our students, and we're still very well above the statewide average. For English language arts, we are second in the county for Johnson County schools for levels 3 and above, and well above the state average there. And then we have 84% of our students at or above a level 2 for English language arts. And so again, surpassing the state average and coming in second for Johnson County schools. In science, we have we're pretty strong in science and a pretty big jump from previous years. We've got 54% of our students who are in levels 3 or 4. So these are more advanced categories for
Dr.
performance.
Smith, I mean, this is speculative, but
Mhm.
you know, back with the high school science, and it was kind of talked about that a lot of the districts took their middle school science teachers and trained them for high school. Do you think that could play a part of some of this or not too early?
It may. Obviously, anytime you have the opportunity to provide more professional development for your staff, that's going to have a positive impact on students. And our middle school teachers have done quite a bit of work in the last several years. If you recall, the board did approve new instructional materials 2 years ago for our science students at the middle level. And so there was quite a bit of professional development and training that came along with that. So we did see a really nice jump just in previous years. 2 years ago, we had 46% of our students who were at a level 3 or 4 in science, and now we're up to 54% of our students. And science is just one of those smaller populations of students that we're testing. So it's just grades 5, 8, and 11. So one thing that now that you've considered the growth of the district from RSP's presentation, and we have been testing more and more students each year. So our tested population continues to grow. So in the last 5 testing cycles, we've increased the number of kids participating in state assessments by about 470 kids. So that kind of impacts your data too, when you continuously increase the number of kids who are participating in state assessments.
Well, in the question for you, that number, does it remain as a cohort as they move along, or is it just a static number and we go from testing 100 to 200?
So the 470 just reflects an overall number of kids who participated from 2018 to 2023. The cohort number is fairly static over the years. It will fluctuate a little bit depending on obviously kids who move in and out, but that cohort tends to be pretty similar year to year. And so we're also, in terms of science, kids performing at a level 2 or above, we are still leading in the county right now with 79% of our students. And then in terms of just comparing again, because we serve both Johnson and Miami counties, and we're part of that Frontier League, this is how we're comparing to school districts that would be part of this cohort. So you can see we are, for math, we're second in this group, just behind one district. And the difference is like just not even a full percent. So we're very much on the heels. And then very close again, if you're considering for levels 2 or above in math. And I believe the board has some of those identifiers.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, great.
You guys have that, right?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And then for ELA, for this group, for our English language arts, we are coming in just second in this cohort. And then we remain that for both levels 3 and 4 or performance categories 2, 3, and 4. For our science, we're leading in this particular cohort as well. So we are first among Miami County and Frontier League schools for our science scores. For levels 3 and 4, for levels 2 and above, we are just slightly behind one other school district. We did take a look at a cohort group of school districts that are near universities. Oftentimes, school districts near universities can develop specific partnerships and benefits that they can receive for their school districts. So we looked at that as a potential cohort as well. And so among this group of school districts, we are leading in performance categories 3 and 4 for math. And for performance categories 2 through 4 in math as well.
Is it typical that a town would produce greater results? I would think of them as being more of movement in the numbers.
I wouldn't.
Curious what you would expect.
Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily speak to what the move in or move out looks like in a university situation. But what I do think part of the reason we included this was just simply because sometimes those school districts do benefit from partnerships with their universities, and there could be an academic benefit to that.
Perfect.
And those communities also, typically the research shows that communities that have a high institution of higher ed, to whether it be a 2-year college, a 4-year post, in the graduate, there's just a higher sense of the importance of education and emphasis and embracing the programs that have been shown that, hey, could lead to higher performance. So again, it's just a good group just to compare to, whether how much stock you put into it. It's just, I really like the fact that you can see here, we've looked at several different cohorts, several different cohorts that have different perspectives. And to me, what I look for is, are we consistent in all of them?
Yeah.
And that it doesn't matter whether it's emphasize education, not emphasize education, but that, hey, it shouldn't matter. We should have our performance consistent, not be a lot of highs and lows, and that she's still going, but I think you all have seen some patterns.
Yeah, well, and it's showing that we're not just showing the one where we look the best, right? Like you're showing all the different views, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, we have compared ourselves to a number of different cohorts, and like Dr. Luttrell said, we are consistently performing at the top end of those cohorts, if not the top. So some very strong data coming out of our schools right now. So for ELA, when we compare levels 3 and 4 performance categories, it's actually should say level 2, but we still lead in this as well. So we have 84% of our students. And then leading again in science. In both of our 2 different comparisons of performance categories. And we continue, and you can kind of see the trend too, we continue to be well above the state average. Well above. And then we also just kind of look too at some of our neighboring counties. Some of our neighboring counties have some school districts that are similar in size and population to Spring Hill. So we looked at a couple of neighboring counties as well. And so you can see we're leading among this group in math. And we continue to lead in English language arts. And in science. And all those performance categories. And we are gearing up right now. So state assessment, the window for that, it's taken one time a year. So the window opens after spring break. And so right now our school buildings are preparing for the 2024 assessment. So we'll have grades 3 through 8 and grade 10 tested in math and English language arts, and grades 5, 8, and 11 who will test in science. And they'll test over March and into April. The window closes April 19th. And so right now they're gearing up, developing their testing schedules. All of our administrators and teachers have to be trained as test proctors for test security and ethics training. So we're doing all of those preparations right now and making sure that our buildings are ready to go for that test window to open in March. And then like Dr. Robinson said, we typically do get some preliminary results for our district in the late spring. And then those results are certified by the state typically in October the following year.
Oh, do you guys have any questions for Dr. Smith? It's really, really good news. Great, just testament to our world-class staff for sure.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I sat in on the Prairie Creek Site Council this afternoon, and their numbers were really impressive. Even just fall over winter, so progress has been astounding.
I think sitting on those site councils, you do see how they use the data, how the teachers use the data from one semester to the next, and how they're really honing in on these specific skills. To me, it's really amazing. It's amazing. So thank you for all the work you do too.
And I'll just stay here because I'm next.
Okay.
I'm the next thing.
Okay, so moving on to 9.04. Do you want to
Hey,
just?
I have
wanna
one
add-
question.
no.
Oh, yep. Go ahead, Nicole.
Nope. The key for those districts, is that sitting at our chairs?
Yes.
Okay.
We can snap a picture.
Yeah, we can take a picture of it and send it to you.
No, no
too.
worries.
Dr. Croker.
I'll grab it when I'm feeling up to it. I'll swing by the school and grab it. No worries.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
But no, and real quick, I just want to add is, like I said, I am a big data person in communicating your narrative of how your performance is. And I think it begins with your student assessment data, and you can go from there. One thing I have worked with Dr. Smith and Dr. Robinson on that we're beginning to do more of, is important that we tell our story, because again, through no fault of anyone, KSDE tells our story at the district level by not separating out our brick and mortar and our virtual students. Okay, and with or without a doubt, right or wrong, when you bring the two together, it paints a total different picture. And to the layperson that might get their assessment bill and they go in and look, how are they doing with my tax money? And they see that, whereas when I've had the opportunity to talk with individuals that have made a statement and I actually say, okay, let's look at it this way, and they see it, oh, okay. But again, that narrative painting is up to us. And you only do it through an ongoing conversation repeatedly. And that's something, again, I've tried to get going, and we're hopefully going to continue to get the flywheel going where we can put data like this out there in front of both our staff, each of you, as well as our patrons and parents, because again, people want to know whether they agree with it or not. They want to know how their kids are doing and how they perform compared to other schools. When you have to, dismiss school for whatever reason, like how much learning is this? Somebody else is going to learn more. And I think this shows, like I said, that we're striving to be consistent. And but again, it boils down to the narrative, and we have to paint a true narrative. And I think our narrative is a good one that we just have to make sure we continue to convey. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to 9.04, teaching and learning update on upcoming curriculum material recommendations.
This is more of an information. I know that Dr. Luttrell shared this in his one of his last updates to the board and in his Friday updates, but just as a heads up, with new courses being approved at our high school and middle schools, and then also having some courses up for just general review and renewal. These are the different text and instructional material adoptions that we're working on right now in the spring semester. And these are estimated dates of when we'd like to be presenting to the board for both discussion and potential action. So these are all of the courses right now that are currently under review and when we expect to be bringing those things to the board. We also have scoped out just the annual renewals things where the subscriptions are close to their expiration date. And so these are materials that we would be asking to extend out for a new contract.
And on that,
Go ahead.
if we, hey, Phil, can you scroll back? No, he's talking. Oh, no, you're in control. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm never certain who's doing what behind the screen. Okay, so when we talk about Honors Biology 9 pilot date, April 1st through 12th, does that mean pilot as in bring it here for us to go, yeah, that sounds good? Or is that the classroom pilot date? I'm confused.
Ideally, we could share that potential pilot with you at the March meeting with the implementation of the pilot in April.
As long as it gets on the agenda, that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay, do you want to make a note of that, Candy, too, to get that on the agenda? Duly noted.
Do you want it on the calendar or I can preload it into each board meeting?
At this point, it probably needs to be preloaded into the meeting just as a marker, as a placeholder.
Will do.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be every year that it would be the same
Correct.
time and the same things.
I'll get them there.
Okay. Were you finished?
Yes.
Sorry,
No big presentation, just
kind of late everybody
this trying to lay out the calendar.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Smith? Okay, so I think some of these will probably not be as in depth as a government or, the carpentry and stuff like that. It's probably gonna be a little easier.
We'll need the Spanish professionals to help us interpret that.
Spanish. Good. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Different than marketing, yes.
Yes,
Spanish.
yes. Moving on to district fees. I think that looks like Mr. Schwinn is getting up to talk about district fees.
Yes, good evening. Let me pull up the, and where's the rotate button at? Okay, all right. Well, what I like to do is I like to take a 10-year running total just for each of the fees we charge, so I can remember what have we done in the past, what seems reasonable. But I also look at these fees each year collectively, because the last thing I want to do is suggest increasing everything in the same year. So you'll probably see some years this will go up, some years this will go up. I hate to hit our parents from every direction in the same year. We did just 2 years ago have I would call it a significant increase to our instructional fees. We jumped it from $85 to the current amount of $95. I don't see a need to necessarily jump that this year, so I would leave it frozen. And you can see past history, we go for multiple years typically before we adjust that fee. We were able a couple years ago to remove the technology fee, thanks to initiatives from moving away from the MacBooks to the iPads. And I know Phil's got some wonderful statistical numbers on that move and how it's saved the district in many different areas. And this is one that is saving the parents. Preschool fees, just 2 years ago, jumped at $20. And so the intent would be to leave that alone for another year. The one area we were due to increase prices, and given the cost of food and where it's headed, was in the realm of the breakfast fees and the lunch fees. The recommendation after visiting with Ms. J.C. Dalton, Director of Food Service, was to go ahead and do a dime increase across the board there. And then a little lower, you'll see pay to ride fees. Typically the goal there is just to pass on whatever the increase is from the transportation company, which is now First Student. And it's going up approximately 4% per our contract. And so you see that I've adjusted those prices. And then last, but certainly not least, is driver's ed. And we haven't had to change that fee for a long, long time. It's pretty much bringing in enough to cover our expenses. And I have a couple other breakdowns of expenditures and revenue in case you really want to take a deep dive into my thinking regarding what to do with driver's ed fees, but I'm very comfortable leaving it as is this year. There were some years where we didn't have our own fleet. We tried to lease those vehicles and that got to be very expensive. Now the vehicles we use are part of our enterprise fleet. And that has worked out very well for us. Puts the kids in a nice, safe, newer vehicle to use for driver's ed. So there it is in a nutshell. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
On the pay to ride fees, the differential between single child and family, that increase, is that reflective of what first student is, their fee structure is to us? Or are we simplifying the first student fee structure for the purposes of the families?
Yeah, we're trying to make it affordable for families, especially ones that have a lot of kids. It has nothing to do with first student. We pay per routes. So if we have to have 30 routes and a route is charged so much per day times how many student transport days we have, just for rough math, let's say the route's 20,000. Well, if we have 35 of those, 35 times 20,000 is going to be what we pay.
You try to get it to an average. I get you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this would probably be a good thing to put on the consent agenda for the next meeting if everybody's okay with getting their questions answered. Nicole and Keith, do you guys have any questions? Do you have a question?
Well, yeah, I'm just out of curiosity, Doug, what kind of numbers do we see participating in the driver's ed program?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Because I don't know if you heard, we are looking at having to cap it this year because we lost a really good driver's ed. I hate to hear it, Mr. Dean Pope, done it for years. Excellent driver's ed instructor, finally decided to retire for good. So instead of 3 instructors, we're down to 2. I know Mr. Williams and Mrs. Jennifer Anderson tried very hard to look and find another driver to maybe we could pull in this year and have struggled to find one. So right now we're looking at operating with just 2 instructors, and we believe our capacity is going to be about 85 kids. Our numbers are running slightly higher from that, but they've been on the decline. I think the biggest year I saw was about 120-ish. I think part of the reason why our numbers are dropping is because this is a longer time commitment for kids doing driver's ed with us versus if they go up to the 1-day. I hate to plug Johnny Rowland, but that you see his cars driving around, but it's a 1-day driver's ed class. I don't know what they charge, whether we're competitive with those rates, but I hear it's the convenience that I don't have to spend multiple days getting my kids up to the high school and do all this. So we have seen the numbers decline, even though our class sizes, as you saw from the RSP forecast, are going up. So.
The age cutoff is kind of weird too. So like you have to be a certain age by like April 1st to take the school's driver's ed. And so you have to have your permit for a full year. So the age factors into some of the declining numbers too, which is a Kansas issue, not a school board issue.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Any further questions on the district fees? If not, let's move on to 9.06 E-rate. Thank you, Doug. E-rate 2425.
Yes, the E-rate is a federal program, been around a very, very long time, but it has provided a lot of dollars across the country to help districts, have money to allocate resources within the realm of technology. It's expanded over the years. But it is an annual application you have to fill out and complete by certain deadlines. And like anything with the feds, sometimes when they tell you they're going to give you something, it may not come at that time. But Mr. Elliott has been our leader in that area for probably, you've been around as long as E-rate?
Pretty close.
So anyway, he'll tell you what our application is set up for this year and what it's going to be asking for, Mr. Elliott.
So real quick, just to try to speed things along, please stop me or ask any questions that you may have. I tried to put it all in here so that you had a chance to look at it ahead of time. Highlight is we are 50% E-rate funded, which means anything that's approved, we pay 50 cents on the dollar for, okay? We'll be bringing back to you a bid for internet service, our edge connected switches, which are the first switch into the building from our wide area network, and then the fiber location services. So we contract with, currently with a company to do all the fiber locates. Most of the time they do a pretty good job with that. That's another story for another day. Category 2 funding is, the things that they allow us, they give us every 5 years, there's a pot of money. That pot of money is calculated this particular 5-year cycle at $167 per kid times your enrollment, and you get 50% of that. So we have $640,000 allocated. We get 50 cents on the dollar for that.
Current year? Current year.
Current year. Yeah, and that's with our updated current year number. And it's part of the reason we wait to the end of our 5-year cycle is we can ask one time to adjust our enrollment numbers.
Gotcha.
We did that this time so that we get the maximum we can out of this particular cycle. In that category 2 bid, we are replacing most of our switches, wireless access points, wireless controllers, and of course, all the licensing and support that goes with that. That's our budget estimate on that is 1.2 million minus the 320. The rest of it would more than likely come out of capital outlay. That is a one-time expense divided by 6 years worth of use is what our standard rotation on the Cisco equipment is. I also put in here kind of our timeline. Our E-rate consultant had some delays with his people getting to work, some illnesses, and just being busier. And so he didn't get it posted quite as quick as I like. So the problem we have is today was the deadline for our bids. And we might get out of here before I can actually close that bid. I don't know. And then it's at midnight tonight that it closes. And then we have to put all of that together. We run it through a rubric. We have to score it per the federal guidelines. We will then pick the vendors that win both the category 1 items and the category 2 items. The problem is because we only have one meeting in March, and that is too close to the actual filing deadline for the last step, I'm going to have to bring it to you at the morning meeting for approval. I don't like bringing $1 million worth of stuff at a morning meeting, but it is what it is. So I attached our budget estimate documents with the part numbers and things like that, because that's really the biggest item. The internet service will be the other relatively large item. That'll be a 3-year contract that we'll be asking for. We are moving our internet service. Currently, it's at Hilltop. We actually are. That's the reason we maintained Hilltop for as long as we have. Years ago, we didn't have a lot of good choices for internet in this community. Fortunately, Time Warner Spectrum had Gardner, and they had the Stanley Stillwell area, and they went across 175th. We've talked them into dropping off that telephone pole in front of Hilltop, and that's where our internet's been for the last 6 years. So, but that building is going away. We're about at the end of our lease or getting close on that building that we don't own anymore. And so we're going to be using Forest Spring, Woodland Spring, or the high school, which are fully generated network closets. So if we do have an electrical outage, the internet service can stay up. Stand for any questions.
I don't know about questions, but I don't see a problem with bringing it back for approval in the essence of time.
Yeah, it's either that or a special meeting. So
meeting.
whatever you prefer.
I think I'd rather do it then.
Yeah, just in the interest of making sure I talk on every topic.
Yeah.
Just so nobody's disappointed. Are we going, is the majority of the hardware here, are we just, maintenance and?
Yeah, it's a direct replacement.
Or are we going for, what I mean by, sorry, are we keeping status quo? Or are we going for performance improvements or, is there?
Well, there'll be some natural performance improvements just because technology's changed over the last 6 years, but we aren't having any issues that we're fixing.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, and I'm assuming all of that, how do we handle SLAs? Do we do those annually or do you prepay? The service agreements on the hardware.
Yeah, so that's an annual payment, kind of. And so the bid will include some options. And then Cisco changed their licensing every year or two. They can't keep it the same. One of the things that changed is we now have to actually own an SLA on top of the individual items. So we've actually purchased that SLA and we're currently in a 5-year cycle on that SLA anyway. So these items will drop into that. So there's some individual year items and then there's the 5-year piece as well.
All right.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Elliott. Moving on to request for future discussion items. This is another thing, this list is something that we will probably kind of dig into at a more, either a work session or a retreat to kind of see which things, some of these things naturally fall off the list because they're just regular agenda items, but so I'm not sure how accurate this list is right now, but if there's anything you'd like to add to it, we can add it.
And you will have this opportunity on a regular basis. It's
Yeah.
not like it's gonna go away every, I mean, so if you, we will bring it back continual.
Can we remove test scores since those seem to be coming to us on a regular basis?
Yep, I think so.
Can we remove superintendent evaluation?
Yep. And we'll probably talk about that moving forward anyway, so yeah. Okay, anybody see anything they want to comment on that? Okay, we're gonna move forward to the board work calendar.
And again, just a lot of things. It's gonna be busy the next, which it's always busy, but I do think that my goal is in talking with some of you individually, I think the board task calendar is very vital. I know I've tried to add every little thing on it that might come up, which has kind of maybe caused some clutter to it, not really knowing what's important. And then I've had some mention as well as talking with Rachel as well as Candy. And we probably maybe need to try to come up with the format, hopefully within the next few months, and mainly like maybe color coded to some degree so that we definitely know that each of you will know, okay, what particular item might be something that has to be done at that date. Okay, there's a statutorial. Okay, so that you know that there's no way we can postpone that when that time comes around. Other agenda items like, I'm going to pick on Tim back there and Kylie, summer maintenance projects, but those, we have flexibility and when to a degree and one, but some few items do have deadline dates that are statutory. We're going to try to work on something there that'll make that board task calendar, again, more user friendly, because again, I have kind of jumbled it over the last
Well,
year.
the other, just not to belabor this, but to, kind of have some of those statutory dates in there, but also, so if this is traditionally brought to us in February, why? And so I think Candy has a lot of that background, so.
Yeah, that's my goal is to start working on this week. And I'll put statutes in when I have them or reasons why that's done at that time. And can that wait?
Yep, that'd be great. Just give us a little more information, so.
All right.
Okay, moving on to board member reports. Anyone, anything?
I'll just reiterate, I sat in on the Prairie Creek site council meeting today, and the high point there was just their overview of their test score increases.
Very good. Anybody else do site councils or several of us went to Topeka a couple different times and it's good. We do need, superintendent report. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, I will be
Your moment of glory.
expedite. You mentioned Topeka, a couple House bills we're continuing to watch for 2485 and Senate Bill 386. The reason they're so important to us is they dictate our current year funding proposal that we are trying to get passed so that we can get our money for that current school year and not always having to play catch up. Those are identical bills. The promising thing is that Senate Bill 386, which is the Senate bill, which is Education Committee Chair, and that is from Spring Hill, Senator Baumgartner, that has already made it out of committee. Had one amendment to it, which really doesn't impact us. I did hear from Representative Thomas on 2485 last Friday. They do expect it also to come out of committee. However, there's still some opposition to it that want to have a 2-year look back, have it be prior year, current year, as well as a 2-year look back. And right now, there's not an appetite by either committee to change it from its current format. If they do, if they don't, some of the education groups, KUSA and others say they're going to come out really anti to that bill at that point, which so then the only other option is that there is possible interest in having the conference committee for 2045 and 386 say, okay, if you want the 2nd-year look back, we'll give you the 2nd-year look back and it'll be current year, prior year, and the fact that the 2nd-year look back would remain in place for 1 more year, but the current year and prior year would not go into effect until fiscal year 26, which would mean they would pass it. But then even next year, school year this time, we'd have to. So it's like either take a sure thing or maybe take your chances with having it go through as is and then getting defeated. But we're going to be meeting with Representative Thomas, try to get some insight on what they're thinking. Also, I've received some communication from that committee chair, Christy Williams, who's favorable, that thinks we need to be probably taking our message more so to the governor. So we're trying to figure out perhaps who might be our best route to maybe at least try to get a conversation with Governor Kelly to say, hey, why it's so that current year we can't wait. And I mean, another year we can, but it's just not, we're always just pedaling fast to try to keep our head above water, and it impacts our mill and a lot of other things, much more so than the districts that would have the 2nd-year look back taken away from them. So following that pretty closely. And then we've got, like I said, I know Tim and I and Doug have continued to talk about the SRO contract. The most recent school of thought on that is we have met with, City of Olathe as well. We're meeting back with Johnson County, I think tomorrow is whenever we're going to meet back with them. And our goal is to bring you forth a contract that's got some hard numbers to it that we can look at, at the, I don't know if I'll have it by the February meeting, but for sure at the March meeting. I do think in talking with internally looking at our budget of what we know right now, we probably do need to add at least one SRO. I don't know if we can really afford to do more than one in one fiscal year unless now if we get the current year, we might, but at this point in time, we're probably going to be bringing numbers that would fund 3 school resource officers, maybe a potential 4th, and maybe year 2 or 3 down the road. But you'll get that opportunity here, and hopefully within the next month or so, we'll bring that to you as we get more information. But I will say the partnership we've had with Johnson County Sheriff's Department has been and continues to be strong, and I do believe that as Tim and I continue to work with them as well as Doug, and we start maybe getting hard into the numbers and saying, look, here's what we think would be a fair number that we can afford that would be a win-win for us. I feel optimistic that they will do what they can to work with us in the parameters that they can, because they also, though, have to go to their Johnson County Board of Commissioners for a lot of things. So we'll keep you updated on that, but we are behind the scenes working on that. Again, you see, we have parent-teacher conferences this week, which again, like last year, has been thrown into kind of flux because, again, we did send out a communication this morning saying that we would be in session on Wednesday, the 14th. And since that time, there's been some other developments with some other local school districts that we have impacted with, have changed course themselves, which has kind of caused us some consternation because, again, as we got tonight with RSP, a lot of our personnel do not live in Spring Hill for whatever reason, and their children go elsewhere, and those schools have now canceled, which, are their daycares. And while we can manage to a certain degree, at some point in time, you have to start thinking about other critical areas that you might not be able to staff, whether it be transportation, food service, whatever. If people are not able to be at work that day, for whatever reason they call in sick, or whether, again, they've got needs they have to address too because of their own childcare needs or whatever. And we have to try and make the best of it. At some point there, it does become, some liability issues in that. So we're trying to work through those. But in the event that we have to change course and not be in session on the 14th, which would be Wednesday, we would be having to go for the conferences that day, an alternate method, which we're trying to figure out now. But even if we would have to dismiss on the 14th and not be in session, the 15th, where students are not scheduled, but there are parent-teacher conferences, those would still continue to be held. And then, of course, Friday is also a non-attendance day for the district. So again, with the victory of and success of our Chiefs, that also brings a lot of whenever they have a celebration and people want it causes a lot. There's a lot that goes into it, a lot of factors. It's not just the fact of going to celebrate. It's also the fact of trying to make sure that we can offer our programming, at a high level that we need to without encountering undue liability. But I am going to be making that decision as to which I could very well, change for reasons that information becomes into me. But I should hopefully be able, if we have to reverse course, we'll be able to make that announcement and send that communication out, hopefully no later, than early AM in the morning, which would still allow 24 hours, so for a parent to have to adjust. It's not something I want to do or like to do, but again, sometimes the best laid plans just don't come out and work the way they should. And then also it's a 3-day weekend. So we have President's Day next Monday, but then we resume classes back on the Tuesday, the 20th. So again, it's we've got the 5 days that we missed. And if we do wind up and I do cancel on Wednesday, that would still leave us with 3 days for inclement weather or other emergencies that hopefully we wouldn't have to use. But if we did, we'd still have 3 days that we wouldn't have to adjust our calendar and move the end of the school year. If we got beyond that, we would have to then look at either moving the end of the school year date or finding another date to make up with for students so we would meet our instructional hours. But like I said, it's been pretty flux, but I was telling somebody else jokingly earlier, it's just weird because I came to Kansas last year and 2 years in a row now, Super Bowl champions, and 2 years in a row, we're having to work about canceling for a parade. I don't think, and I've been waiting for years in Missouri to have to ever think about something like that. But anyway, that's my superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. We do need an executive session. This is for, we probably need at least to start off with at least an hour.
Madam President, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interest of an identifiable individuals under COMA. Those to be in the session include the Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools,
Okay, on that, so we probably just need Board of Education members and then administrators as requested.
Okay. Those in sessions include the Board of Education and others administrators as requested by the board. The executive session to begin at 10:56 with the open meeting resuming at this place no later than 11:55. Just to make it fun.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, go into executive session, collect the vote.
We'll take the vote, starting with Mrs. Mealis,
Oh, she said she was dropping off, so.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood.
Yes.
Approved.
There's on. Madam President, I move to extend the executive session to end no later than, I'll just do 12:30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Well,
I will watch.